desperately those much-needed points. And it's been a tale of two tournaments between Lei Ting-Jie and Anna Muzychuk. Anna, with 2 wins behind her, has the wind in her sails, whereas Lei Ting-Jie has lost her last 3 Armageddons. And finally, we have a big battle occurring between tail-enders Humpy Canary and Pia Kramlin. Both of these players are struggling to make their mark. So a much-needed classical win is going to take them right up the standings. Back to you guys in the studio.
Great stuff, Jovi. So many things to unpack there. She does a good breakdown of each matchup. I want to go back to the beginning and review them all again and analyze her thoughts. But right now we've got a live shot into the playing hall. We've got Ding Liren, hopefully feeling rested and ready today. You all want that for him. Speaking for all the fans, I'm saying you all want that. Everyone wants that. But okay, if we want to bring up the pairings and review the quick list that Jovi just gave us. Not sure if we can do that, or we'll just talk. Okay, look at that. We can. It's magical. All we have to do is ask, and we shall receive. So I want to go right to what she said about Ju Wenjun. Ju Wenjun has won 5 straight matches, everyone, but all in classical. Her thoughts, Ju Wenjun gave her thoughts openly that she knows she has to get a win in the longer portion to make her move here at some point, Anna.
Yeah, she won all of her matches in Armageddon, so she's really looking for that classical game win. Maybe today, is it today the day she's got the black pieces against the tournament leader, Vaishali, the Destroyer, as you named her. And Vaishali, coming from the tournament in Toronto, the candidates, where she won her last 5 games, and here too she's cruising. She is on such an incredible streak, best in her chess career. Who will stop her? Will it be the reigning women's world champion? That is the main question in Norway chess women, I think.
Yeah. It is the biggest question. Will she ever lose in classical again? Obviously joking and knocking on wood. No reason to jinx anybody. But going over to this matchup, the battle of the top 2 Americans and number 2 and number 3 in the world. Talk about a rivalry of the generations, right? It feels like these two guys have been going at each other for a couple of decades now. Your thoughts, if you're in the Fabiano camp, on the right mindset coming in to really avoid tilt here, right? You've lost 2 in a row, David. You don't want it to be 3.
Yeah, there's many strategies when you're trying to avoid tilt, but usually you're not black against one of the most informed players in the world, Hikaru Nakamura. I think Fabi has to not focus too much on the opening. Hikaru has mentioned in the past that because Fabi is trying to play specific lines, Hikaru is able to dart around, dodge any prep, and kind of psychologically get under Fabi's skin very early in the game. So Fabiano has to maybe just be a bit pragmatic here, not take too many risks. A draw in classical chess would be a great result at this point to stem the bleeding. So yeah, we'll see whether Hikaru can continue his great head-to-head form there.
And we shall also see whether Ding Liren can find his form. Unfortunately, this has been the most heartbreaking storyline of Norway chess, and also every single previous event of Ding Liren ever since he won the World Chess Championship match. He's got the black pieces today against Magnus Carlsen, and while their round 1 game against each other was very peaceful, they made a draw on move 14, and the match was only decided in Armageddon. I think Magnus is going into this game thinking very differently. 5 rounds have passed, and 5 rounds show who is in form. Unfortunately for Ding, it's 3 consecutive losses in classical chess, and he will need to stop the bleeding somehow.
Yeah, it's interesting, just today's clashes, it has very informed players against, at least on paper, out-of-form players. Like you mentioned, Magnus starting to pick up speed, starting to move through the gears here. Ding, though, he's such a classy player. He's only lost once in classical to Magnus, so he should take heart from that.
Yep.
I don't think that's going to be one-way traffic, as many might predict.
I agree, and he's got to take heart in something. So if he can dial in on his overall record against Magnus, which has been pretty good, and get a good hold here. I think Magnus knows he's on form, and everyone knows Ding Liren's struggles. Probably no one more than Ding Liren. But I don't think Magnus will be careless here. He'll make sure that he only takes the opportunities given to him. But I agree, and we're definitely not going to see a quick draw like we did in round 1. So, all right. Well, it looks like all the games are underway. As we've said before, this is a repeat of round 1. colors reversed. We are now in round 6 on the back half of this amazing double round robin. We do have knight f3 on the board by Alireza Firouzja, but not exactly a ready there with Carlsen. So just to shout out the inside the room conversation, Alireza Firouzja has come to this giant chessboard over here and played a practice game with his second or done something that we've thought maybe was prep like every day. And so today we paid special attention to the opening to see if he actually was revealing his prep. I don't think he actually is.
No, in that game over there on the giant chessboard, meters away from us, it was Areti, and no, Firouzja instead opening with his queen's pawn, and queen's gambit accepted, but a bit of an odd twist to it. Prag defending his pawn. Very ambitious stuff over there. Anna, which games catch your eye at this early stage?
I was looking at the Prague's b5 move, defending the pawn, and I'm also looking at late things here against Anna Muzichuk. That is, Anna not making a move. I hope she's at the board. I hope she's in the playing call. Maybe she's just choosing how to react in case she expected one d4, which is late things as usual first move, and she's trying to consider. Yeah, she's sitting there. Everything is good. She has won her last 2 classical games. Anna Muzichuk, and is in second place behind Vaishali. So I'm sure that she's coming to this game very ambitious, but she will be considering here why late things starts with 1c4 instead of 1d4. Is she gonna try to transpose into any queen pawn openings, or is she not pushing her pawn to d4 at all? What is her approach? There was a kind of like the minor details that end up being quite a big factor sometimes in chess. The move order, the slight change in terms of the opening variation that you normally play.
Yeah, the big opening nerd in me wants to dive in and show all these different move order tricks, but you never know. Maybe Anna Muzichuk, oh, there we go. I was going to say, maybe she's doing a vidit, just meditating the first few minutes, getting in the zone, but ultimately the symmetrical English, bit of copycat chess at this early stage.
But Lei Ting-Jie doing the opposite of Anna, just moving instantly, saying, all right, you took a few minutes to play one of the most common moves, and I'm ready. Here we go, knight f3.
Yeah, maybe we switch from this one as Anna continues copying. When in doubt, just mimic the opponent. I remember when I was young, that's how I first started learning openings.
Did you really?
Yeah, they play e4, I play e5. They play d4, d5, c4, c5, anything.
Copycat chess.
Exactly. But then with white, I just felt like I was in Zugzwang all the time. Okay, maybe we leave this one for now as both players just
getting going.
Yeah,
back to the bird's eye view, and let's spy it around. I like the variety. Not just the color set, but an interesting ready over there between Carlsen and Ding Liren. Like you said, not your everyday Queen's Gambit, an aggressive approach from Prague with b5. That's going to get us dynamic. And the Nimzo, kind of Nimzo, and then a Nimzo right below it as well, between Nakamura and Caruana, and then Humpy Canero and Pia Cromling. I'm biased to both of those games, playing that opening in my repertoire, as if my repertoire has any relevance on this show, but it is fun when you see your opening being played.
Yeah, I know a lot of the fans out there, they love it when they see the openings on the board, so we're all chess fans here.
We're all just chess fans in here.
Danny, let's jump in. Let's maybe start with Nakamura against Caruana, the All-American clash, the Nimzo.
I'm into it. It's also the furthest along, kind of, along with Magnus Carlsen's game with Ding Liren, but all right, let's back us up and drive through the opening.
Yep, it's move 7 now, but if we go from the start, it was a queen's pawn opening. The Nimzo Indian, for those of you wondering at home, is characterized by this move, bishop to b4, pinning the white knight on c3, often trying to shatter the white pawn structure by trading bishop for knight on this square. White says, okay, e3, I'm going to develop. The white knight protects its counterpart here, or its fellow knight, sorry, bishop to a6, and this is a very old line. It used to be really trendy back in the 80s, 90s, I believe, and I haven't seen it for a long time, but bishop takes knight voluntarily. Normally you wait for that bishop to be nudged before making this decision, and d5, the current position. Fabiano's trying to put pressure on one of the doubled pawns, and of course, if white takes, there's a bit of an issue after bishop takes f1. Do you take with the king or rook and lose casting rights, or do you worsen your knight by taking back on this square. So I don't think Hikaru will be rushing to make that decision.
At the same time, it's an interesting anti-Nimzo decision. Again, often when you play these structures just to back up, white normally has to keep those double pawns because black is playing c5 and trying to imprison them right where they stand. And again, not that this was going to happen, but if c5, black's next moves are things like knight c6, knight a5, and the rook comes to c8, and black is doing everything they can to barrel up against the weaknesses. But this move here would likely have been met by d5 for white, and that causes dysfunction to black's development on the queen side, and the space advantage is actually easy for white to go for precisely because of this knight being on g3. This is the whole idea of the knight e2 line, is to accelerate things like e4, and once that happens, white's dark square bishop is coming out. Yes, the f4 move, the bishop is on the diagonal, so it's a comfy line for white. So that's part of the reason black goes with an anti-Nimzo Indian. The Nimzo player in me hurts when I see d5 because you just gave up the bishop pair voluntarily to double the pawns, and now you're undoubling them. And make no mistake, that is the small advantage white will have for the rest of the game in these positions, but you're doing so to stop the purpose of the knight on g3, control the e4 square, and then, like you said, highlight the tension on the diagonal a6 f1. So, sorry, just went full Nimzo Indian player there. Just had to give a little breakdown.
I just want to mention as well, it's early enough that we still see percentages at the side of the board in place of an eval bar, and we see that white in this position historically has won 29%, but black has won 34%, so actually a very high-scoring opening for black here, Anna. Interesting. Maybe Fabi's looked at those stats when picking his line.
It feels like it's a great choice for today. It's one of those first and very rare moments where it feels like maybe Hikaru was surprised for once. He has been so good at choosing his openings, predicting what his opponents were going to do. And maybe today, for the first time, or one of the few times, it is his opponent who at least got a slight surprise in. Obviously, it doesn't mean that Hikaru doesn't know this opening. He knows it very well. But perhaps it's not what he expected for today.
I think it's a fantastic point, Anna, and anyone who missed Hikaru Nakamura in the studio with us yesterday, one of the talking points we had was that overall Hikaru does seem to be guessing his opponent's openings well. He's been doing it for a while. At the candidates, he did it well. He scored 1.5 out of 2 against Fabiano Caruana. At the start of this event, we felt he did it well, both in the first classical game they had and then in Armageddon. We applauded Hikaru's choice. Maybe this is the first changing of the guard a little bit, Fabiano choosing something that Hikaru didn't see coming. So I agree, Anna. That's bad news for those who want to see Hikaru in the confessional booth, though. That's the only problem, right? Is it means that maybe Hikaru is going to have to work a little harder at the opening than he has in the last few rounds.
Does it mean we're going to see Fabiano in the confessional?
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Swap it.
We talked about seconds lingering nearby. We currently have Fabiano's second just meters away from us, and looks in pretty good mood, Anna.
Yeah, chatting to Ali Reza's second, so we are shouting at and stalking all these grandmasters a few meters away from us.
Not doing it on purpose, they're just lurking nearby. What can we do?
Yeah, though it's great to see, though, the atmosphere here, the seconds chatting to each other. There's all sorts of, obviously there's lots of press, but also fans and other events running in Stavanger during Norway Chess, for instance, the children's tournaments, and it was just so lovely to see even when it was every single ceremonial move made by some of the participants of the children's tournament yesterday.
Yeah, that was really nice to see. I saw this interview post-match with Magnus as well, and there was just a kid just hugging Magnus from the side. It was
super cute.
Yeah.
Super cute, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it really is great. It's a festival. The whole thing is even bigger than just what the fans see here, which is the biggest stars in the game, playing for some of the biggest stakes and awesome chess.
Speaking of that, sorry, Danny, I just could not mention that there's literally a kid a few meters away from us with a Carlsen T-shirt and a number 1 on his back.
And I've seen that guy getting autographs all around. So, yeah, it's awesome, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of people in the building today because again, it is still a weekend and extra fans on site. So, well, we're gonna leave Hikaru to it. Maybe Fabiano is in the confessional booth right now, and so we might find out whether Fabi's happy with his opening in a little bit. We'll see. Action everywhere else. It's funny because there was an opportunity almost for the game with Humpy Canero and Pia Crumling to transpose. Humpy Canero chose the Zamish variation with a3, forcing the trade on c3. If you just look at the structures similar there. We'll get to that game in a little bit, but there might be some interesting takeaways for those who are maybe our Nimzo players or play d4 as white and curious about that opening. We'll talk about it more later. I could go anywhere. I could be convinced of anything right now.
Okay. Maybe just while we're on topic, Danny, while we're talking about the Nimzo Indian,
Let's do it.
maybe we talk about that Humpy Kanaru game against Pia Kramling.
I'm all about it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be so selfish.
You love your Nimzo.
Purple Power. I love the Nimzo. We can go to it, and I can give a quick rundown. The main difference, I think I saw the move order earlier, and it was E3, just like it was with Hikaru, but I think Pia Kramling castled instead of B6. Yes, it was. And now A3 chosen instead of Knight G to E2. Knight G to E2 was a possibility here. It's a different line. But A3 really forces matters back into some of the most traditional, like when you think of the Nimzo, you think of, Geller Uwe, Zurich, 1953.
Wow.
You think of White's going to play E4, E5, and just launch everything at the king's side, completely losing the double pawns and being positionally busted, but hoping to get a big center in an attack, right? And Black's going to play C5 and B6, and the line I already kind of talked about in the game with Hikaru and Caruana. And that's kind of what happened here. And we're getting a position, by the way, that is much more classic Nimzo-esque in this one.
Yeah, definitely. And rook to B1, the first move to make Pia Kramling think. Again, we see just until this last move, actually, we
Rook
did
B1
see
is a new,
Yeah, it's just on the database here that I'm looking at on chess.com. It's very rare.
Yeah.
Very rare move.
Yeah, and we can highlight real quick. We'll put the rook back on A1 and just say the main line again, or the type of positions you get if White plays Knight E2. Again, you want to keep the F pawn flexible, and Black plays things like B6, and let's say White castles. And Black plays Bishop A6. And then you can get really crazy stuff if you go all in, like E4 for White, threatening Bishop G5. Black pretty much has to play moves like Knight E8 to get the bishop, to get the pin of the bishop removed. Then you get things like F4 right away for White. You can also get E5 first, but this position becomes an all-out race. Things like Knight A5 and then F5 for Black. You'll notice the theory is still theory here, I guess, until that move. And then even F5 already can be a very wild position. So anyway, this is a very traditional Nimzo Indian kind of game.
Yeah, White playing on the king side, Black trying to play on the queen side for weaknesses. It's sometimes that simple. And Anna, we see Pia thinking. It's been a tough couple of days for her, the last couple of rounds. What do you think is going through her mind right now?
I think she's just assessing how this Rook B1 compares to some of the main lines that you guys were discussing. As you mentioned, David, there's very few games for this move. It's almost a novelty. And I think she knows the Nimzo Indian very well. She knows this opening inside out from both sides of the opening. A very experienced, legendary player, and she will be possibly assessing how this move order or how this particular move changes the usual plans, the usual setup, the usual ideas for the Nimzo Indian that she's playing now from Black's perspective. But as mentioned, she also plays these openings from White's side. So I think she knows very well what's going on, but she's trying to figure out how this compares to the usual path.
Yeah, and I think I figured out the idea behind Rook B1.
I'm glad, because I was just going to say, as the Nimzo player, I'm kind of like, what is the difference? Because B6 is the most natural looking move, and Black is going for the plans I highlighted. So teach me.
I mean, it's mysterious to me too. I'm not sure the exact benefits, but certainly, as you mentioned, Danny, Black's playing this plan anyway. Bishop A6, Knight A5, going for the C4 pawn. It's been seen before in thousands of games. It's well known to both players, but Rook B1 does look like a bit of a useless move. You're playing on the side that you're probably weaker on, but maybe the idea here is E4, and she's keeping her knight flexible on G1. This looks like a pawn sacrifice, but what has changed is that in this position, if Black gets greedy and grabs a pawn, after E5, the Black knight is almost trapped, only has one escape square, and after it retreats, whoops, bishop to E4, you hit the rook in the corner, you hit the Black knight, and if the knight retreats, the difference is here, suddenly you cannot recapture because your queen is no longer defended. The Black knight breaks the Black rook's connection to her queen.
Oh my, this could become very dynamic and very concrete right now, I think Humpy will play e4. That has to be the idea.
Has to be. And I guess the difference is if we follow that variation through. Danny, you mentioned like knight e8 would be an idea. Maybe after e5, same idea. If you take everything on d4, we get this exact same position. Bishop to e4 would win for white. And maybe the difference is if black just ignores everything, continues, there might be a argument for putting the white knight on f3 with some Greek gift sacrifices in mind.
This is fascinating. It's an interesting move order, and suddenly the knight, which is normally not on its most aggressive position in all these Zamish lines, on e2 and maybe eventually g3. I mean, we can even display what the Greek gift is. For those who don't speak, common checkmating pattern in chess, first of all, learn your checkmate patterns. But if you make a move, here it comes, bring it. Bishop takes h7, king takes h7, and knight g5 check. These types of tactics work because there's a white pawn on e5, which always means there's no knight on f6, which means you have the ability to sacrifice and accelerate. And if the king comes to g6, it's going to get chased and likely checkmated in a hurry. And if you go to g8, I wouldn't be surprised if the king goes to g8 and it's just computer just announces mate on queen h5. You can sacrifice the queen for black, so it's not mate. The queen can give itself up on g5. All right. So yeah, this is fascinating. Love learning new things, especially when you have a new idea in an old line, a line that has been popular among the top players in the world, literally since the 50s. I mentioned that book and Zurich International by David Bronstein. If you haven't read it, a masterpiece. Check it out. Fascinating stuff there. I love that. The more aggressive development of the knight might really accelerate attacking ideas for white. This could be a fun, innovative, and new idea.
Yeah, I'm learning as well. I played the Nimzo on the rare occasion, but definitely for viewers at home, this might be one to add to the arsenal, add to the repertoire. And Humpy, after spending a few minutes early on, maybe lulling Pia into a false sense of security, Anna, she sped up the last couple of moves, showing she's still in prep.
Yeah, she played e4 very quickly, and I think it could have been that, you lull your opponent a little bit into thinking that it's new territory or that they are not exactly that well prepared. But it really is what Humpy wanted. She comes to today's game with a very interesting idea that could actually be quite unpleasant for Pia, because as well as you know the Nimzo Indian, this is concrete. There's these concrete ideas with the sacrifice of the pawn on d4, temporary sacrifice, the idea that the knight is not on e2, so it's not blocking your queen. It can still go to a more active square on f3. Slight change of move order can completely change how this attack will unfold for white.
Yeah, and Pia is retreating her knight. She's clearly well versed in the patterns that we are so accustomed to in the Nimzo Indian. Both players showing their class, but yet to be seen how deep Humpy Kanaru's preparation goes. I do really fear for Pia, and if she continues kind of the common plans, maybe at some point she'll need to just kind of take stock of the differences here.
Well, I can kind of quickly say one of the ideas, just because we're here and having fun. It's a Nimzo Indian lecture day for anyone. We can clip the whole first 20 minutes of the show and just upload it as a video on Chessable. Add some lines, and there you go. Often after e5, let's say it happens, whether right away or not, black doesn't have to commit fully to the bishop a6 plan. You have moves like d6 to consider. Maybe it's super risky here because of the diagonal. You also have moves like f5. f5 is a very common kind of counter shot for black, which either closes down the diagonal. I wonder what the computer thinks about it. Let's just play it because I'm curious. It's a new line. And white's choices are to either en passant, and then the knight gets back in, and you have the f-file, and you're no longer as stressed, right? So we see that this is a good example that you don't always have to en passant. But if white doesn't take en passant, despite what the computer says in terms of evaluating white's position as an edge, black is actually happy to get back to bishop a6, knight a5, and the traditional plan. There are some really fun lines here that almost transpose to one of the main theoretical approaches, which is if white plays like knight f3 and black plays bishop a6, you get like d5 for white, and if knight a5, white plays d6 and just like traps the knight where it stands, even at the sacrifice of the pawn. And this is, in fact, the computer likes my line, because this was a very popular motif for a while, where white would sacrifice the c pawn and keep the knight trapped. So anyway, this is great. I'm excited. You can tell I'm going to be a selfish little kid here today and have a lot of fun with these games anytime we have a chance to come back to it. But on that note, let's get back to the bird's eye view We have jumped in pretty hard here to the two Nimzo Indian boards before your eyes. Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana, Purple Power, Humpy Canero versus Pia Cromling. And before we get into all the other games, we are actually going to take our very first break of the day. Round 6 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women here in Stavanger is just getting started. The party is real. Look at that. A couple of rock stars coming in, even more rocks everywhere. Are those the best chess players in the world coming into the building? The fans certainly think so. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will continue after the break.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I have the privilege of being joined by world number 6, the youngest ever player to cross 2800 ELO, playing in his second candidates tournament, Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, my man, first of all, good to meet you. How's Toronto treating you this time around?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. It's a very beautiful city, so I'm very excited to be here.
Let's start not with chess first. You made a very big mistake a couple of years ago of doing an interview and saying you were into fashion, because now every interview, somebody has to ask you about fashion. So I want you to rate how I'm looking today, 1 to 10.
It's very nice too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
My man. Thank you. I like what you're wearing too. Can you take us through the glasses, the outfit a little bit, or?
This is Louis Vuitton glasses. This is Ralph Lauren. This is Valentino. The socks, I don't know what it is.
Anyway, we're going to talk about chess. I don't want to bring up bad memories, but obviously 2022, the candidates was supposed to kind of be the moment where in the beginning of the year you crossed 2800, youngest one, you broke Magnus's record, and Magnus was giving all these interviews like he's not going to defend unless you win the candidates. So as an outsider, I was thinking there's kind of a lot of pressure on you to win, and then you'll be playing for the World Championship. So what was the tournament in 2022 like for you? The preparation leading up, obviously going into it, you probably wanted to win, if not win, then finish in the top 2, top 3. Can you take me back to 2022? What went wrong, and then what's going to be better this time around?
Yeah, I think I was just too young for the candidates. I know they're on the same age or younger even than me here also, but I think physically it's very difficult when you're 18 years old to play candidates. 14 rounds is very energy taking, and for 18 years old I was just trying to get experience, but the outside things came into the game. But it was cool because it was good. I was getting advertised so much, so whenever they talk about me on internet I like it, so even if it's negative.
And for this time around, what has changed? Obviously you're older, but that's not the only difference, right? So is the training camp the same? Is it a slightly different approach? Because this is a weird candidates. There's a lot of young players. I don't know where the young cutoff is, but let's say 2021. So half the field is young. We have players that are playing in their first candidates, like Vidit, who's almost 30, Abbasov is almost 30. How's this training camp been a little bit different than 2022, than preparation leading up?
Did a lot of sport to be in good shape because it's a very long tournament, so this was my own main focus kind of, because the chess part is very close always, and you have to see what will happen, but I tried at least physically to be in good shape.
Cardio, weightlifting?
Not weightlifting.
No, weightlifting.
Cardio mostly, yeah.
You jogging a lot, you cycling, swimming?
Yeah.
Is that generally what it is? What about like chess specific? What percentage of it is openings?
Nowadays it's probably more than 70-80% openings, I think. Basically out of opening you could understand the game will toward to draw or who will put pressure the whole game. This is the chess we play nowadays. Yeah, it's interesting. Whoever works more gets the results. So.
Round 6 from Stavanger, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Thanks for being with us. The day is just getting started, but there's something else that's just getting started in this building, as if we needed more stuff going on. It's being broadcast live right now at twitch.tv/chess. Did you know that there is a Guinness World Record attempt happening right now between childhood friends, Oscar and Uden? They are 8.5 hours in. They've been here since 9 a.m. local time. My back hurts just looking at them.
Wow, they've played 52 decisive games already in 8.5 hours. I was talking to them last night. They were so excited about getting going, but they were super nervous as well. 61 hours is more than a marathon. It's going to be tough, but they look energetic for now. Keeping a quick pace, Anna?
They do. It almost cannot be sensed that they may have been watching the Champions League last night, as preparation to today's world record attempt. And it was Magnus Carlsen himself who made the ceremonial first move on this board, which actually, by the way, is a very unique board. I don't know if we can show later what's underneath.
We'll try.
The camera angle. It's this table was made for the world record attempt. Both of them are very good friends of Magnus Carlsen, and they said that, Magnus is like, this world number one, former world champion. What have we achieved in our lives? What can we do to make our mark in the chess world? So they came up with this idea. We're gonna beat the world Guinness record for the longest ever chess play. How do you even call it? Playing chess for the longest time?
I don't even know. It's crazy. It's honestly crazy that we're also going to be here in the moments where the record is broken. If they make it there, right? This is a truly difficult task. It is quite the ordeal that they are choosing to undertake. And if it happens, it'll happen local time here around Tuesday night at about 10 p.m., which is right when round 8 will be coming to an end. And so it could be history in that moment. We'll obviously be keeping touch with this game. They'll be downstairs as we leave 2 more times and come back for the next couple days. And we'll definitely be keeping our eye on them. Of course, as we said, you can go to twitch.tv/chess and check in with them, or just pull it up and keep it in the background in case something happens. Right now, we're going to pull up the bird's eye view. We've been told that both Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura have visited the confessional booth at this time. Maybe Hikaru was still in there. We're gonna jump in and see what those guys had to say in a little bit. But right now, I think we want to jump over to Magnus Carlsen's game versus Dingli Ren. That is one that we are all very, very curious about. We haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Magnus is head in hand and down about 12 minutes on the clock. So really trying to get something out of the opening stage here, David. Do you want to run us through it?
Yeah, let's go from the very beginning. We're 11 moves in. Magnus has spent a fair amount of time. He started with the Reti opening. This is the Reti once the white knight lands on f3. Often the idea is to keep flexibility. You might transpose into other mainstream openings later on. c4, d4, e4, still available depending on what the opponent does. Ding took the center with d5. White fianchettos his bishop. And a few moves down the line, really interesting mind games here. Magnus pushes a pawn to c4, saying, okay, we might transpose to the Tarrasch if you don't kind of trade off or advance your pawn right now. If you continue developing, white could capture, push a pawn to d4, and try to change the structure. Ding says, okay, I'm feeling ambitious. That's often a good way to try to play yourself out of bad form, to at least force yourself to play the most critical continuations, d4, and we actually see a reversed Benoni pawn structure. This is an infamous structure where one side has a slightly weak pawn, the other side has taken the space, but very, very dynamic play ahead. And if we catch up with the current position, knight g5 from Magnus Carlsen, showing just as much ambition as his opponent, and f4 expanding on the king side. What do we make of this? Early developments, early surprises for both sides.
So who surprised whom? David. Because it feels like Magnus wanted to surprise Ding, and at the same time, it is Magnus who has spent more time and has got this very much deep in thought posture that we can observe right now. What does that tell us? That Ding may not have predicted this opening, but he was well prepared from, obviously, his own experience, his own home preparation for other games perhaps, or other tournaments. What do you think?
Well, I mean, knowing Magnus pretty well, these days he relies a lot on opening theory, maybe more than he used to back in the day when he was just getting a position, just playing chess, as they say, where he would happily play these long games. These days he freestyles a bit less, in classical at least, but knight f3 on move 1, g3 on move 2. I mean, I'm semi-retired. It's my favorite way of opening a game because you don't meet any kind of direct play. You don't have to memorize too many opening lines. And for today, against an out-of-form opponent, it feels like Magnus just wanted to go back to how he used to play chess. Just get a position and try to outfox the opponent later on. Both sides on their own as early as possible.
Yeah, I think he also maybe has a sense that if he's going to go all in, which knight g5 and f4 are very ambitious moves as far as going all in toward the king side, that he needs to be thoughtful about that right now, right? You don't want to overcommit to an attack, David, that might end up being dubious. And so I think he's being careful. I think he's being thoughtful about how he coordinates, because there are a ton of options to consider here. And it is the kind of attack that once you start pushing moves like f4, you can't move them back, right? We always say it, right? Pawns don't go backwards, and so once you commit and you're all in, you better be accurate from here on out. So I think he knows that it's going to be a double-edged game, and as you said, David, he chose something that immediately got the game out of roads traveled. But I want to go back to shouting out what you said about Ding playing d4. I was really happy to see that, because if the Tarrasch had happened that you mentioned, that actually would have been the same line that we had between Nakamura and Firouzja from a few rounds earlier. Not the exact move order, but it actually could have directly transposed, which, for those who remember, that game ultimately was a draw, went to Armageddon, where Hikaru won. And the point is, that would have been the safe approach for Ding, to allow the game to transpose into a mainline Tarrasch. But this is the most challenging stuff. And I don't know why I'm getting uncomfortable in my chair. I'm excited now. And I think that means we're going to have a fight between the current world champion and the former world champion. And let's go.
Yeah. It's a great start to this game, Anna. Really exciting stuff. And there is a phenomenon I've noticed. Often the top players, when they press too hard against the tail enders in a competition, it can backfire. Once you've kind of written off your tournament chances, you start to relax a bit. Maybe this is where Ding relaxes and gets back to himself.
Yeah, and it happened in the recent candidates as well. The one game where Gukesh didn't manage to do well almost cost him the tournament, but that was against an Ali Reza who already lost his chances in the event. So it's very true that once you are unfortunately not in shape, but it also takes away the pressure. We sure hope that Ding Liren finds his form. Is it going to be the game where things turn around for him? Because this would be a big one.
I was going to say, there is no win better to get in chess than one against Magnus Carlsen. Like, that is an objective fact. So, we'll see. If Ding Liren gets himself in a sharp affair with Magnus, maybe at least he'll have some fun along the way. But okay, I mean, I think Magnus will show us the way, right? He will shine a light on what he wants to do, whether it's putting a knight on e4 here, whether it's bringing one of them to f3. Like, is there even ambitions already of trying to advance further kingside pawns? I don't know if you can play h4 or g4 just yet, but every one of White's pieces is geared up to join the fight. And then I wondered if there even is some weird ideas at some point of f5 for White. At some point. So, okay. As long as you got that bishop open on g2, for the record, Black can't get that aggressive yet on the queen side, right? There's a knight on c6 that's attacked, and so even though Ding Liren played rook b8, he's not immediately threatening counterplay just yet. So, okay. But, yeah.
I was going to say, Magnus can do anything under the sun. He's played pretty much every opening under the sun, but the one structure I very rarely see him touch is the Benoni. So maybe just familiarizing himself with the plans. And like you said, so many moves, and that's where the top players spend their time. Maybe we check back in once Magnus has decided.
Let's do it.
We could check back later and go back to our bird's eye view where we can see all 6 games taking place at the same time. Lovely colors. I know Danny always goes for the purple one, but we already visited the Nims in this. We'll go back at some point, Danny.
I love it. And we see kind of what we talked about. The d6 move from Black in that game with Pia Kramling is to avoid the lines I was suggesting, where White gets those advanced e5 and d6 pawns. So anyway, exciting stuff there, and one that I'll definitely be noting and learn from. But As far as the open section, we have not looked at Perugia Prognananda yet if we'd like to. There's also an Alpin Sicilian in the lower left between Vaishali, Ramesh Babu, and Zhu Wenjun, the world champion. A huge time advantage again for Vaishali, the destroyer. She's leading the field with a 10-point score, just like Hikaru Nakamura. And she's, I mean, we've been applauding Hikaru's openings. Has Vaishali been the lesser prepared player in any game so far?
Never. She always comes to the board extremely well prepared, and kind of what we said about Hikaru, she seems to be predicting very well what her opponents are going to play with either colors, white or black pieces, doesn't matter. Vaishali has always been the better prepared player in any of her games from here, I believe.
That's true, and I think maybe the rare occasion where she hasn't won the opening battle, like against her countrywoman Humpy Kanaru, she's outplayed her opponents later. Impressive stuff, Vaishali. Alpin Sicilian, close to my heart as well, Danny.
Let's do it. Let's jump in there for just a little bit. That's a good call out. I was trying to replay the first 5 rounds in my head. That was the one game where she lost her way a little bit. It was actually the one game she joined us in studio, too, even though it was not the best opening, and by her own admission, she got a little bit overly ambitious. It worked out in the time scramble, so not a lot of things going wrong for Vaishali. Let's review the Alpin real quick. Show us how we got here.
Yeah, it looks more like a French defense almost at this point, but it did start with the Sicilian. The Alpin, or the C3 Sicilian, does begin with this move as White aims to build a pawn center, different from the open Sicilian, which is more about piece play. This is about often pawn structures, and knight f6, the main move alongside d5 in this branch of the Sicilian. White steps forward, attacking the black knight, knight d5, and Vaishali actually employs a slightly rare move in this position. I believe it might be the 3rd most common move after just developing the white knight or immediately stepping forward in the center with a pawn to d4. She first hits the knight on d5, and this is a very common idea, but normally it's played a bit later, and Vaishali firstly wins the opening battle by surprising Zhu Wenjun with this rare alternative, but also there is a twist. There is always an idea behind any kind of concept developed by a grandmaster in the opening. Bishop b3 here, and as we see later down the line, in this position after d5, normally there would be a white knight on f3, black's bishop would come out and pin it, but after the move bishop c2, there's a big question asked to black's bishop on c8. No good squares for development, so obviously black doesn't really want to shut down the bishop behind the pawn chain, Anna, because it's a French defense.
I know, it's so painful that they want to avoid the French defense at any cost because it would make the bishop on c8 so unhappy.
Yeah, would it be not the happiest piece here? Still a playable position, but a closed structure, and I don't think Zhu Wenjun dabbles in the French defense too much. Instead, knight b4, a very logical move, trying to pick up the bishop pair, and White's bishop doesn't move. Instead, she happily lets her light-squared bishop be traded by Vaishali, and this is the current position. Finally thinking, but clear that this black bishop, not too happy, black behind a development, potentially. What do we make of these early stages? We see the clock. It's hard to look past it.
It's funny, though, because White is also missing the light-squared bishop, and from black's perspective, if you can accelerate the queen side, one of the main ideas here is to put the rook on c8, and then if the queen is still on c2, you might even go knight a4 like right away. And the main structure, David, you know what I'm trying to get to try to highlight, is that when you trade on c3, now you've got that pawn, right, the anchor of a target, and you're just really trying to push forward with counterplay before White gets going. Yeah, this is not, whatever, but it ends up in a position to prove the point. So without the light square bishop, the one thing is that your king can be a little safer than normal. My voice also gets high, but like the black king is not in immediate danger. And sometimes the black king will stay in the center, to choose accelerating on the queen side. So Vaishali is slowing down a little bit. Some interesting stuff to think about. I guess I was playing devil's advocate even against the will of the engine. I'm kind of like I'm liking where the game might go for Zhu Wenjun, despite the extra time she used to get here, and I'm curious to see how Vaishali handles the middle game.
Yeah, and I was just curious here about what White's plans might be, and suddenly I was thinking, this is computer prep. what would AlphaZero do right now?
I was thinking the same, David. And she already played h4 in another game where it was completely not the best move, but she likes those ideas. I think she is looking at that side of the board and going for a wild attack with a move like h4. Undeveloped pieces on the back rank, king in the middle of the board. It's everything what we teach to beginners not to do. But Vaishali is actually very good at going brave and bold and not caring about those basic principles sometimes because the center is closed. I think it's very important to highlight that you cannot do pawn pushes like that if the center, if the E and D files mostly are open and your king is there in the middle of the board getting attacked.
Well, you said the kids have no respect for their elders. They also have no principles. They don't care. they want it's a concrete solution to every problem, right? Joking, of course, but yeah, they have the principles guided by apparently forefathers who are more equipped to teach it to them than us, and those are artificially intelligent neural net machines like AlphaZero, and they say just push h4, push h5, create an attack, neglect your development. I like it. I'm also excited to see if we see that.
Yeah, I'd probably never play it in a game, but I really respect it once it happens on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if Vaishali goes for that a bit later. She chooses knight to e2, but the idea is still on the cards. She might get castled. She might even push her f-pawn forward. Either way, yeah, this is shaping up to be a fun one.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very exciting game, and I'm looking forward to seeing it because of the structure being like a French defense after e6 when Zhu Wenjun plays it, but also for what we said, what's at stake. Vaishali, the tournament leader, facing the women's world champion. Zhu Wenjun really wants to get a win in Classical. She only has one in Armageddon so far, so there's a lot at stake for both players here.
She's actually the only player who hasn't lost in the event. Vaishali lost an Armageddon battle. She didn't. Yeah. She hasn't lost in Classical, but she lost one Armageddon battle to Zhu Wenjun. It was the first round of the event. So Zhu Wenjun has won all of her matches, but again, all in Armageddon. All right. Well, we're gonna back up to the bird's eye view because it's time for us to back up and get our first trip to the confessional booth of the day. Normally it's Hikaru, but nay, not today, says Fabiano. Today, the first confession will come from me. And I've been told that we get a pretty clear idea early on in this confessional how Fabi's feeling about his position.
I have to say I'm not 100% sure if I'm remembering correctly the lines. Yeah, this is something I kind of looked at, but it's been quite a while since I looked at it. And so Hikaru now has a choice after bishop f1 if he wants to take on e6, and it turns into some chaos. And I'm hoping that I didn't forget if this is the exact position where I'm supposed to do this or not. If he doesn't take on e6, I'm just kind of fine. Position should be at least not worse for black. Kind of king f1, e d5 or something. But d takes e6, and then he's attacking the rook on a8, so I go bishop c4, so I sack the rook, queen takes a8, knight d5, and then he has this trapped queen. And if e4, there's this kind of astonishing, if I'm remembering correctly, astonishing move a6. And then I sack another piece, but the queen will stay completely trapped on the a file. But I can't remember the details after that. I just, if I'm remembering correctly, it's like a forced draw in a bunch of different ways. But since I don't remember it, and I think, doesn't seem to be very familiar with it, it's hard to know what to expect here. I might actually expect him to bail out if let's say d takes e6 doesn't lead to some kind of clarity in his calculations. Maybe he's just bail out and take on f1 and play probably a kind of equal position, but I like my position quite a bit because I get the light squares and his bishop is a little bit out of the game. And if he doesn't take on e6, it doesn't really make sense what he did previously, like this queen f3 idea. So, and he's not forced to, but it's the logical continuation is to take on e6 and go for this crazy stuff. And before the game, I kind of thought we would have maybe a quiet affair where he plays a kind of slightly better position or tries to press me a bit in a technical manner, like my last two games where I was struggling. But now maybe we get some complete chaos and who knows what happens, but I just hope that I'm not mixing up my lines.
Wow, that was fun. And speaking of lines, we're gonna dive in and show everything that he just analyzed, chat. So don't you stress about that, fans. Now that king is on F1.
I'm loving the zoom in, just emphasizing.
As Fabi said, which, from Fabi's perspective, he should be doing fine, and the computer agrees with him. The bar slightly in Black's favor, just to say that there's a long chess game ahead here, but Black has gotten off to a great start. So, yeah, let's pull up the analysis board and back up, David, let you show those variations. Our team behind the scenes was being super helpful, running it on an even deeper engine. We already kind of knew this must have been crazy prep, but no one knew that those were the lines Fabi had prepared. So let's take a look.
Yeah, let's jump back to the position that Fabi was talking about. Here, there were safer options. White's just taken a pawn on d5. Black could, for example, just recapture with a pawn, similar to the game, but Fabi wanted to play the most ambitious move. Bishop takes f1. We will ignore that question mark. I will just remove it temporarily because clearly it was very, very deep preparation analyzed with the most super of supercomputers. And the idea is to stop White from castling. White actually took back the king. We'll talk about this in a minute, but the most ambitious reply from Hikaru, as Fabi mentioned, would have been d takes e6, winning material because there's now a hit on the black rook. Either you guard this rook and lose your bishop next turn, White would merge 2 pawns up, or you play what Fabi suggested, bishop back to c4, black's a piece up, so White's all in. You capture the rook on a8, and Fabiano said, okay, the path of the queen's return is now blocked with knight to d5. The queen struggling to get out, and he said e4 and pawn to a6, I believe.
Astonishing.
Wow.
Incredible. We see the evaluation bar rise, but again, this is not the deepest of computers, and already it's starting to drop back down. And there we go. The computer trying to come to terms with what is incredible prep, let's face it. The idea is if, I guess...
look at that. Knight, the computer thinks for just a little longer and the bar comes all the way down. It's amazing.
Incredible. If we take the knight, as Fabi said, White is a whole rook up, but the White queen is totally trapped. I'm not sure the exact way to catch her. Maybe we just take this pawn and say, okay, the queen's not coming out long term. If White just castles, for example, at some point, queen c8 and knight c6 will catch her in the corner. No way out.
Absolutely insane preparation, giving up a full rook to then trap the white queen. And it's not an immediate trapping the white queen. It is quite a few moves for which White would be holding onto the extra material, but there is no way out for that queen. And Fabi wasn't even sure if he's 100% remembering his preparation. He said he looked at it, but it wasn't very recent. So imagine going for this, not being 100% sure that this is the moment where he was supposed to give up a full rook.
But this is incredible stuff, and this is what Fabiano Caruana built his reputation on, was preparation like this. And you don't see it all the time, but who doesn't love seeing a position initially evaluated as winning for White that comes all the way down and shows you that we've got that bar going? And, it's right 99.99% of the time at the level we need it to be. A blunder check that kind of guides the entertainment, the edutainment of the show, educationally entertaining. But then you see moments like that and you go, wow, these guys are playing a different game at times at home with the kind of preparation they have. And Fabiano Caruana, everyone remembers the infamous 7-0 at the Singfield Cup. So many games won that were deep prep. This guy has been feared among his peers in terms of just how far the rabbit hole goes for so long. And he kind of says that's overrated at times when I've talked to him, but I think he's full of it. So, by the way, we've got another confession, and we're not even going to wait for the break because we've got Hikaru Nakamura, his opponent. Let's get Hikaru's thoughts. Maybe he breaks down what he thought with taking on e6 or not. Was Hikaru also aware of this line, or was he just trying to avoid it? I want to find out.
Okay, everyone, we're back once again, round number 6 of Norway chess. So today, a little bit more exciting, I think, with all the decisive results. Everybody's trying a little bit harder. Now, Fabiano kind of surprised me in the opening. He played a line that I haven't really looked at in a little bit, this whole bishop a6 line with this d5. Now, I vaguely recall having looked at this from a slightly different move order, and what I seem to remember is that this bishop takes f1. I think it's supposed to be dubious after d takes e6, if I'm not completely insane or out of my mind. But the problem is, without actually knowing exactly what the correct moves are, it's very, very hard to go for this. So I decided to play king takes. I'm expecting him to take with a pawn on d5, and I'll play e4, and Unfortunately for fans out there, I think it's very likely that this game is going to be a draw pretty quickly, unfortunately. I don't really like my position, and it's one of those situations where I think Fabio is really trying hard to complicate it because he wants to win the game and get back into the hunt for first place. So I'm trying to play something more on the boring side, especially after he's surprising with this choice. Now, he is thinking here, so he might go for a different capture, but unless I'm insane, I think the only capture that makes sense is pawn takes pawn. So if he plays knight takes f4, if he takes with the queen, I can trade and go a4, bishop a3. Hard to believe that I'm ever going to be worse in that endgame. So I think I'm okay here. I'm not thrilled with it, of course, but that's kind of how life goes. Sometimes you can't get everything you want. So that's just it for my game. Magnus's game is already very, very complicated. Hard to judge what's going on exactly. I really like Magnus's approach. He's played this sort of Benoni with the white pieces, and it just looks very, very aggressive. So we'll see what happens there. Ali Reza is playing Prague. Prague went for one of these slightly dubious lines. It's e3, b5, and the queen's gambit accepted. Ali Reza has a nice big center with the pawns on d4 and e4, the big white center, as we call it in internet lingo. So I like Firouzja's position, but Prague is also, I think, someone who, based on the candidates, will try very hard to go for big messes now. He tries to be very creative, and he's in a position to do it because he is trying to play for first place. So it feels like Prague's trying to channel his inner Arjun, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. Because I think Magnus did some interview recently where he's talking about the Indian players, and he said something like Arjun's a madman who tries to kill you every time. And I'm getting the sense that Prague is trying to incorporate that a little bit more rather than being super pragmatic, pun intended. So that's pretty exciting. I mean, I think all the games could be exciting. I think my game is probably the least exciting right now, but it's a decent start at least. I would say today there's potential, to use another term from one of my other side gigs, which is real estate. Potential is a word that you use a lot in that industry. So it's something where I would say there's a lot of potential today for exciting games from the get-go. So we'll just have to wait and see how the games continue. But so far, it is what it is. See you guys.
Pragmatic from Prague. There. What can you say about Hikaru Nakamura going to the confessional booth? I mean, I don't know why he doesn't just stay there. He could probably draw the game while streaming from the confessional booth. So maybe we can hook that up. I don't know. Make our job a little easier. But David, your thoughts on his just very open views that he probably plans to steer this game toward a draw, which, lucky for us, it means we have Armageddon.
Yeah, it's refreshing, his honesty, because I'm not overly impressed by White's play. It's clear that Hikaru is just playing for a draw at this point, and most likely he will achieve it. But nice to see players admit that rather than say, okay, I made a mistake, and I'm still trying. Also, what was fascinating for me was that he barely calculated that variation that Fabiano mentioned. He was like, okay, this is meant to be dubious, but in practical terms, it's not a rational decision. It's not a practical decision, and I'm just going to steer clear. I don't know. It feels like, again, Hikaru in top form, and still feeling confident despite maybe being out-prepared by Fabiano.
Yeah, he did admit that the opening choice of Fabi surprised him, and that's the reason why he didn't go for d takes e6, even if he thought that that's why this whole line is dubious, but that he cannot go for it and go against Fabi's preparation. I think he made the right call on that. You don't go against Fabiano's preparation in a crazy sharp line when you are not prepared yourself to be in that position. So very pragmatic decisions by Hikaru, even if it's not what he was hoping for going into the game. I'm sure he was ambitious having the white pieces, but sometimes it happens. Sometimes you are out-prepared and you need to go with something more quiet, something more peaceful. And the Armageddon could still be fireworks and will be fireworks, I think.
Agreed. And you just mentioned the only point I was going to add, which is either way, we get Armageddon. And
nice shirt. Like, we could talk about your shirt as well.
We're talking about my shirt?
Yeah, that's just some point to add. I thought, like,
oh, well, thank you.
I've only just noticed. I didn't see the logo.
Yeah,
blue.
Custom shirt there.
Oh, where can we get it?
You can't. This is only for me.
No massage, no shirt.
No, you don't. You can't get one.
The perks of being the boss.
I'm not gonna lie, and we're not making these available either. I would say sue me, but that's probably not a good idea in this world, so don't do that. Let's move on. And back to the bird's eye view. We've got Queen E2 on the blue board. That was 3 rhymes in a row.
Wow.
Bird's eye view, Queen E2 on the blue. Maybe we should go to there. It is Magnus Carlsen. I don't know. Unless we want to, unless we want to drive this thing in a different direction. I'm curious. I was just checking the clocks. Okay, looks like he moved a little while ago, so it has been Dingley Wren now thinking for quite a bit.
Queenie 2, do not sue. You know, there's so much rhyme potential there.
Let's just stay away from that. Chess.com lawyers are calling.
I was actually going to mention the move Queenie 2 earlier as the kind of lazy move that I would play just to slowly improve a piece, keep all of White's options open. But interesting that Magnus spent, what was it, around 20 minutes and then played such a non-committal move. Ding now in the tank for 20 minutes himself. Yeah, it's one of those positions. I think we touched on it earlier. It's so flexible for both sides, kind of highly ambitious for both sides as well, and it's unclear exactly what the plans are for Ding. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a move like bishop to d7 or queen to c7, just because, as Danny mentioned earlier, the knight on c6 is slightly loose. You defend that piece, and then you can start to break out on the queen side with moves like b5, but yeah, it's a matter of taste here, and Ding doesn't look too happy with his position right now.
It's a non-committal move with Queen e2, but I think the idea is he wants to protect e4 so that the knight on d2 can go to f3, and then he doesn't have to worry about h6. The knight would go to e4, and on a trade, you'd have to take with the pawn, which maybe isn't ideal. And the reason I'm anticipating that is because I think White's ideal, if you could give White two moves here, not the cheating two moves where you play like knight takes e6 and knight takes queen. I think the two moves are knight f3, knight e5. Right? I think if you can establish the knight on e5 quickly, that exchange is likely good for White. Kicking the knight from f6 will accelerate the attack. So I think Queen e2 was flexible by design, but also preparing this idea for Magnus, and this is just me making a guess of what the likely plan is to come. But Dingley Wren spending some time here, wisely so, I would bet. The pressure to his king side will be very real here soon.
What does he need to do, David? How do you see when White's plan is so clear, as Danny said, knight f3, knight e5, definitely will be coming unless you do something as black.
Yeah, it's difficult. I wish I knew. I'm not a huge kind of fan of playing against the Benoni. I'm not brave enough to play with it. I'm not brave enough to play against it. It's one of those types of openings where it's just pure dynamism across the board on both flanks. I'm still inclined to kind of go for quick counterplay on the other flank. It feels like that's the side black should be playing on. Maybe if you want to release the tension, you can play the move h6, immediately ask the white knight what it's doing, and if it retreats to e4, just try to trade off, simplify the equation. But I don't know, it feels like that only helps White's initiative there.
So you don't like attacking dynamism.
I just...
What happened to you?
All about the grind,
as a
Danny.
kid?
I
You talk
became
about old man chess. You're all about the grind. What happened to you?
Danny. Until I was like 23, I thought every game had to end in checkmate. It was like attack, attack, attack with both sides, with white, black. I'd sacrifice everything. Yeah. And then I woke up one morning and decided it's all about the
And then you woke
game.
up and said, I'm going to become a better chess player than you, Danny. And I stopped playing every game for an attack. So that's what happened to you. Okay, noted. I get it. No, kidding. But yeah, it is going to be scary.
It's going to be scary for Ding. Knight e4 coming, knight f3 coming. Yeah, watch out for those g4, g5 later. That was earlier mentioned. Yeah, I think it's a good moment, as you mentioned earlier, just for Ding to sit, to ponder for another few minutes, and then launch a plan. Ideally, a way to react against what's coming next from White. Oof, yeah, slow pace for now, but this game's going to explode at some point.
Yeah. Let's wait for that point and back up and let Anna Rudolph choose her favorite color and position on the screen.
My favorite color. Problem is, I also need to recall which games have we analyzed recently, so those are not my favorite colors. It's not like red is my favorite color, and I would really like to go to that board, but we probably should address what's going on in the game between Lei Tingzhi and Anna Muzichuk, because we haven't touched on that opening. It's not the most complex or dynamic or exciting of games, but maybe it could be one of those that is heading toward an Armageddon like Hikaru's game. So if we could just evaluate what happened in the last few moves and who is happier here.
Yeah, let's do just that. Just to jump in, there have been some exchanges in the last few turns. Let's do a quick rewind. We only covered the fact that this was a symmetrical English opening. It did actually transposed to what looks like a Tarash with the black pawn on d5. Not a direct transposition, but in terms of the general skeleton of the position. This isolated pawn, maybe feeling a bit uncomfortable about it here. Black defended it first of all, but now gave white an isolated pawn of her own. Knight takes knight, breaking the tension, and bishop takes c3. As Anna mentioned, it does hint to me that she wants to solve her problems here, Anna Muzychuk, by force. And either white will now take back with a pawn, but a structure we actually talked about in a similar position, backward pawn, potential weakness long term, or white will take back with her bishop. Oh, she actually did take back with a pawn there. I was going to say bishop takes, might have run into the move knight to e4. This is slightly annoying because either the bishop will be captured on c3 or you win a pawn at the cost of your beautiful light squared bishop, and black here will be very happy to plant a bishop looking down at the light squares on the king side. So she's made a really committal decision here, Lei Ting-Jie.
Very committal, and I think the same idea that you're showing, David, should also be fine here if you sacrifice the pawn by playing knight e4, because it does get rid of the g2 bishop if white wants to win the pawn. So you either have a beast of a knight in the middle of the board, or you give up your best piece, the fianchetto g2 bishop, win a pawn, but by doing so, black will play bishop e6 and bishop d5. It's an opposite colored bishop position where black has, I think, a lot of compensation, and I normally don't sacrifice pawns.
I hope we see this. I have a feeling we might. And it kind of makes me understand why Lei Ting-Jie took with the pawn, because perhaps if you knew this was inevitable, that black was going to play knight e4 and we were going to get this, maybe there's like a rook fc1 going for c4 at some point where the whole point is you might have a better chance of dislodging that light squared bishop from that powerful d5 square in this structure than you would have in the other structure, despite the fact that it did also kind of make your pawns weaker. So, most likely result in this position, opposite colored bishops, not a ton of pieces on the board, probably a draw, but it might be fun. If we actually get something like this on the board and we get an attack on the light squares, you never know, right? Magical things can happen here when you lack a bishop around the king.
Anna, she's feeling confident. We mentioned 2 classical wins in a row. That was an interesting stat. She didn't win for 21 classical games throughout the candidates and throughout the beginning of this tournament and earlier. So suddenly, it's like she's a player reborn. I think knight e4 will be seen very quickly and ambitious play.
Joby made that point at the top. She said that it was a bit of tale of 2 tournaments right now for Anna Muzychuk, and she's finding her rhythm, and a good call out. I agree.
I think she'll go for knight e4. I agree with you guys that she's ambitious. She has found her form after 21 games going winless and not having a good candidates tournament, which obviously for her and for many of the other competitors here is one of the biggest events they are preparing for. They want to be the challenger of the world champion. So not a good tournament for Anna in Canada, but here I think she's got really good chances. And knight e4, I think it's a prediction. She's going to play it.
Maybe I'm getting too deep here, but I wonder, is there some idea where you don't take e4, and that's the other point of b takes c3, that if knight e4, like bishop f4, and if bishop f5, you have c4? I don't know if it works tactically, but the whole point is to try to undermine the protection of the knight and laugh in the... Oh, look at that. Computer thinks I'm all right.
Nice.
Well, undermining the knight is the other option. We might still get a position that's roughly equal for both sides. But speaking of roughly equal for both sides, we haven't actually completed our around the horn process. Yeah, there's one game we haven't touched on, and let's do it right now. It is the battle between Ali Reza Firouzja and Praggnanandha Rameshbabu. Prague was leading the tournament after a few rounds. If you missed it, where were you in the early rounds? We needed you, and you weren't here. Sorry, that is not too far. But you're here now, and that's what matters. And we got to take a look right now at Firouzja versus Prague. Let's do it. Maybe Prague is in the confessional booth. Anna, what do you think?
I hope he is. We love to hear his thoughts. And he even had a moment a few rounds ago where he discovered a line in his calculation. It hit him in the confessional booth. So it actually was this moment of realization and enlightenment that a line that he thought was okay against Hikaru Nakamura, in fact, wasn't okay. And he noticed it as he was talking about it in the confessional. We discussed this already, like how useful it seems to be that you can speak your mind, you can express your thoughts in words, and we saw how it actually is like sometimes the way for them to discover something even deeper than what they thought of the line or calculation, the analysis they had in mind.
Yeah, it's really nice to see players like Prag go into the confessional, even if he was struggling like he was the other day against Hikaru. This position, however, I don't think will go from the start. This game began life as a Queen's Gambit accepted, but this current position, there's a tactic in the air, and I wonder whether Alireza is going to go for it. A lot of calculation might be required. Loose pieces drop off, as they say, loose pawns drop off, and here white can target both of them. There's a knight on c6. There's a pawn on h7 that's only defended once. If you start with the move queen to c2, you might well just walk into a knight jump. I'm expecting the move knight to b4 here, attacking the white queen and attacking the white bishop. You can win a pawn temporarily, but you better be careful that your bishop doesn't get trapped here. I wonder whether the move g6 will be played. Maybe there's something even stronger, but here white would be forced to sacrifice his bishop for some pawns, so this needs to be evaluated. I was going to say, if you do flip the move order in the game position, not only is queen c2 available, attacking this, but tactics often work in two different orders, one often stronger than the other. Bishop takes h7, I'm wondering about as well, with a check, luring the king out, and now queen c2 check, hits the king, hits the knight, wins a pawn, and this would be the position Alireza has to evaluate.
But it's still wild, even if he gets it, right? You win the pawn, but who's better here? Right?
Yeah.
Black is the bishop pair.
Black has a beautiful knight on d5 as well, and a passed a pawn.
Yeah. It feels like black is up a pawn, like honestly,
Yes.
because
It does look
the
like
pawns
it.
on d4 and e5 are stuck where they stand by the knight on d5, and that h pawn is irrelevant until the end of the game. Like if you get to the end of the game, like maybe there's some extra way to use it, but the bishop pair and the pawn, you love seeing the dynamic compensation there, and even the computer agrees. But it would be wild. Speaking of wild, Magnus Carlsen has made his first trip to the confessional booth. We're going to have that at the break. So a good reminder to throw us your Prime if you've got it on Twitch. We do appreciate your support. Makes all these events happen. If you're a sub, then you don't got to do anything. Good reminder. Love that image we just threw together real quick of all the different benefits. A lot of people don't know that you can get an ad-free experience on chess.com. Anna, I would bet you didn't even know that long ago. All you have to do is connect your Twitch account, whether you're a subscriber to our chess channel, the Chess24 channel, any channel, and you get ad-free on chess.com. All you got to do is connect it. So, all right, we're going to have a Magnus confessional at the break. Now's your worthy opportunity to do that. Oh, 94. So he doesn't go for that pawn sack. Wise that he doesn't do that.
Yeah, looks like a good practical decision. Still attacking chances in the future for Larissa Farusha. Prag now mulling things over in what is a really tense middle game.
Indeed. Well, we are actually going to back this thing up and take a quick break. Like we said, we've got Magnus Carlsen coming at you in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere. We've got so much more action ahead. Round 6 is just getting underway. 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We are halfway through, and the players have switched colors. So much in store. We will be right back in just a moment.
I think an expression that's been used quite a lot in chess is that it's a good Benoni, but it's still a Benoni. That's kind of how I feel right now, that I feel like I've gotten a pretty good version of everything, and it feels like there are a lot of tempting moves, but I'm not quite sure I'm actually like close to being better still. But you know, he's thinking a bit, so that's promising, but Apart from that, I'm not so sure, but we got ourselves a double-edged position, and that's really all I wanted.
Right, boys, it's back to school time with a quiz.
Let me eat first.
Detention. How do you spell Nepomniachtchi? English style. Look how he's struggling. He's struggling right now.
I cannot write properly, so can I spell it out instead?
Okay, spelling bee. You can start first.
So it's Nepomniachtchy.
Isn't there no A after I? Nepomniachtchi, right?
Yeah. Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, but I wrote this A.
But you didn't say it.
Okay, but I just said it wrong. Just because I cannot speak, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong.
First he was telling us not to trust his writing, then it's not to trust his talking.
No, you have to do like in the spelling bee. Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi.
Yes!
Okay, we're sure perhaps.
Never in doubt. On October the 1st, the new James Bond movie is released, No Time to Die. How many other James Bond movies have the word die or dies in the title? Bonus point if you can name all of them.
Okay, it's probably not 0 then.
Unfortunately, it's 3.
So it's Die Another Day, it's Live and Let Die, and what's the last one?
Tomorrow Never Dies.
But there was 2 in a row, basically.
What is the world's oldest currency?
Some kind of krona, whatever.
Magnus.
Salt.
I don't have one.
Because that's where salary comes from, because they used to give you your salary in salt. So that was the first.
You have a currency, yeah?
List as many countries as possible that consist of 4 letters.
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
Well, I have 7, but I'm sure there are a lot more.
There's 11.
Wow. I have Peru, Fiji, Togo, Mali, Iran, Iraq, Chad.
Okay, 7. Pretty good. Jan Christoph, you said...
Peru and Togo.
Okay. How many knights can you place on a chessboard so that no knight can capture another knight?
This guy is like, this is the slowest by heart, he just like...
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I'm trying to do like mathematical solution to this, because 64 squares, like... I'm just guessing like half of the squares, but I have no idea. 32.
16.
32. The answer is 32.
I guessed it!
But how can you...
If you put them all on the same color complex.
Yeah, like that. All on the same colors. Oh, that's so easy. That's obvious.
Chess stuff I'm terrible at.
Which chess players became world champion without beating the previous title holder in a match?
Which, or are there...
Which player or players?
Player or players.
Wait, you said beating...
Without beating the previous...
The previous. There's a trick in there.
There's always a trick.
Okay, so the way I understand the questions, it should be Botvinnik, Karpov, Alyekhin, Kasparov, Steinitz, Lasker. You're saying became world champion. But these people became world champion several times.
No, but that was not the thing, I think.
This is open to interpretation.
2 hours later.
So it should not be. It should not.
That wasn't meant to be a trick question.
It should not be Italian Petrosian. So you just want Botvinnik, Karpov, and Steinitz, no?
Yeah, that was the plan.
That's my answer, yeah?
2,000 years later.
Okay, so this was a terrible question.
If a pawn is worth 1 point, then knights and bishops are worth
games in Armageddon today, but stranger things have happened. And your thoughts? We're getting action there. We're getting several moves. Dingley Wren expanding on the queen side, which is what black has to do there. Magnus yet to really give us an answer on the knights, but he has played g4. Super aggressive stuff. So I say we jump right back in there after the Magnus confessional.
Yeah, let's do that. Just a quick mention as well to Nakamura against Caruana, which looks like it's about to fizzle out, potentially a draw in the next few minutes. But we'll break that one down when it comes. We'll also see the Armageddon when it comes. Let's figure out what Magnus was discussing during his confessional. The Benoni is the meaning, at least, is Son of Sorrow for the opening.
Oh.
And
really?
It's a sorrowful opening. Yeah, that's what it means.
I didn't know.
I thought everyone knew that. No?
I thought you just made it up.
I just knew it rhymed with baloney, and I always said the Benoni is baloney.
Wow. I mean, it is, but
Son
it's a true
of
fact.
Sorrow.
It's a true fact. Son of Sorrow, the Benoni. And I'm not sure exactly why it's called that. I know that it often leads to sorrowful positions. And right now, let's recap the last 3 moves that have occurred since we were last here. Ding mulling over his next turn. We saw the move Queen E2 earlier. Queen C7 was one of our predictions. Black needs to create some counterplay and fast. Black is lacking an active plan, so B5 was next to come. G4 though from Magnus. G4 for the score. G for go. Let's go for the Black King. I guess Magnus is hoping that after a move like pawn to H6, he might even have retreated his knight. Firstly to E4, very healthy, but to H3 with ideas of G5. Now that there is a hook on the H6 square, you can wrench open the king side and go for the Black King using this pawn. G5 next to come, but B5 instead, not touching the king side, and B3. Magnus keeps the status quo. Yeah, I really don't like Ding's position. Just feels uncomfortable. Not sure what he should be trying here. Does he release the tension, trade the pawns? I mean, what else?
It's really a tough position. It's one of those positions where even though the evaluation bar is saying roughly equal, I don't think this is an equal position for 2 human beings facing each other in a really sharp dynamic battle where White's plan is pretty straightforward, going for the Black King, and Black has to be extremely precise to hold that equal evaluation that the computer is suggesting. So equal in terms of if computers and humans play perfectly, then it's equal. But it's a lot harder to play this accurately from Black's perspective, I think.
Totally agree. Although I think we've done a good job pointing out that one thing Black probably doesn't want to do is play H6. You actually would like to leave White's knight and White's G4 pawn fighting for that G5 square. And I think that makes me think of something like A5 for Ding. I mean, just like being straightforward. Your opponent is attacking on the king side. You're attacking on the queen side. Let's open up lines and give the rook on B8, the queen on C7, and the minor pieces in waiting some chances to explode over there. And by the way, I was going to say right on cue he does. He moved a pawn. I thought he was playing A5, but he takes C4. Also interesting. That is the most straightforward way, right? The most concrete way to solve the problem. Big decision to Magnus now because he can actually take back in 3 different ways. Although I anticipate him taking with the B pawn seems to be the most logical. But maybe knight takes as well.
Yeah. Knight takes or B takes, certainly. He would not want to create a D pass pawn for Black by capturing with a D pawn, and B takes C4 is indeed on the board.
Yeah, knight takes C4 would have looked attractive, giving White a very strong knight on an outpost, but it would have also granted Black the D5 square for his knight. So I think Magnus reluctant to give Black any activity. So B takes, just maintaining the queen side. It's very tense. I could see this backfiring on White if White isn't able to deliver some kind of checkmate to the Black King, if Black's knights start creeping around towards the queen side. The Benoni pawn on D3 often becomes a huge weakness long term. Black's knight could jump in via B4 as well. Some launch pads, some weak squares in White's camp if Ding can get to them. It's a big if, but he has to try at some point.
By the way, I don't know if you see what's on the screen there.
Okay.
Oh, word of the day, Benoni. Ancient Hebrew name still occasionally used, meaning son of my sorrow.
Yeah, you gotta trust me.
I thought he made it up.
I never lie.
Oh my gosh, word of the day. You gotta tell people what to do with the word of the day.
Word of the day, you gotta use it on social media in a funny way. You know I love GIFs and Photoshop contests. We'll give away some diamond memberships. But yeah, word of the day, it's an educational show. So at least if you leave saying, I hate those commentators, I did learn something. You know, no matter what, you learn something on these shows. And in this case, it's the word of the day. It was massage yesterday. Massage. But no, today we don't see a lot of positions that are going to be massaged to victory. We actually did have several games where players pushed and won yesterday. None bigger maybe than Magnus Carlsen's victory over Ferrugia. But a lot of these games look a little more clear. The most clear is that we're going to get an Armageddon here in just a few minutes between Nakamura and Caruana.
Let's head over there and see how they traded off the pieces, because last time we left it, it was somewhat more complex than this.
No one's at the board over there with
Maybe
Magnus
they're
and
both
Dingliren?
at the confessional?
No, maybe I don't know that
Oh
Ding
no,
would
these
go.
two are at the board.
No, I was talking about Ding got up, which meant no one
see.
at the board. But now we've got Nakamura and Fabiano. A tale as old as time. A couple of chairs face off to play chess. Let's just quickly pay off Hikaru versus Fabi, because we're probably not going to come back to this one. Maybe just to capture the handshake, but there's really nothing to say here other than whatever breakdown Dave is going to give us to just show how we got here, and then we will be back for Armageddon.
Yeah, just very quick rewind. This is the current position. White should hold, despite black being a pawn up, simply because there's no way to get this pawn moving. It can always be targeted by a second rook. Black's kingside structure as well, a bit fragile, so this one should be a draw. If one set of rooks were traded, maybe black has some chances, but ultimately Hikaru will hold without too many problems. Just to backtrack, there was one brilliant moment in this game, as we see pretty much a draw offer from Fabiano. Ooh, maybe I hold off then. We'll see a handshake any second.
They're about to hit move 30, which is the move number where the players are legally allowed to offer a draw.
And it's a smile and a handshake between the top two American players, world number 2 and world number 3. Hikaru being current world number 2 since yesterday's win, and Fabi losing. So the ranking switched around, and this means our first Armageddon of the day.
Very quickly, we are in Armageddon, which usually we get time to stretch and maybe get a third break. But no, this is going to be funny because we're going to have a result, even if it's in Armageddon fashion, between Hikaru and Fabi before any of the other games are done, if I had to predict.
Mm-hmm. Just like it was between Dingliren and Magnus Carlsen on day 1.
Yeah. Ultimately, Hikaru keeps his number 2 ranking. He keeps a very good standing in this tournament, no matter what happens in the other games. Armageddon, though, will be a big bonus for Hikaru if he can take it. For Fabi, it would salvage some pride from the last few days. And yeah, first result in the books.
We'll let you know as soon as we know when that's going to start. You know the drill. It's usually between 15 to 20 minutes after having finished. They'll get underway soon. I do kind of want to know what your comment was on the one brilliant moment in that Hikaru Fabi game. We didn't have time to look at it because they shook hands and we were there for the live action. But is it worthy of a replay, or were you just kind of adding entertainment?
If I promise to be quick, Danny, maybe
I
we
would
jump
love
in?
to. I also
Let's
saw
do
it, and I really
let's pull
wanted
up
to
that
show
board
it.
and
It
let him
was so
analyze it real quick.
pretty.
Come on, he's just a kid. He's just a kid who loves chess. Let him do it. Go ahead.
No, honestly, it was beautiful. I think we should show it. It was a very instructive, educational, and beautiful tactical pattern.
Yeah, and it was in this position Hikaru sacrificed the pawn. It looks like a blunder, but of course there was a really cunning plan in mind. Rook h to e1. It looks like this hangs a pawn after a trade of pawns in the center. Queen takes d4. Black was temporarily a pawn up. Here, though, Hikaru lands rook to e7. And look at that, a double exclamation point awarded to this move. It is sacrifice, but don't touch this rook. It is poisoned. Rook takes rook now.
I hope that Pia will show the way, lead the way for the rest of the participants. And I'm sure that Anna Crumling, streaming on her channel, covering her mom's game, will be replaying this video and analyzing what her mom said.
Yeah, she's a groundbreaker. She's a pioneer, Pia Crumling, jumping in for the first time. Yeah, so many fans. Such a classy player, such a classy person, and I love how her last words, "I'm going back to fight." This is going to be a real scrap, and I think we all want to see her kind of correct her form over the last few days, Danny.
Yeah, we all do, and she is a pioneer. I was going to say it was the first bad pun you had of the day, but I'm gonna bail you out and double down on it. But no, I mean she was the #1 rated. Player in the world in 1984, the top woman player, and she is a pioneer, literally, and a trailblazer for women in chess. And it's funny talking with her and her husband and Anna at dinner a couple nights ago. It's funny to see because she loves being here, but she also, as I kept trying to talk to her about her games and her experience, all she wanted to talk about was Anna. And she kept talking about how funny it's become because she was very well known in the world of chess and considered a pioneer and you know, admired by any women in the game, especially who knew her and everyone. But really now she gets stopped in airports where people go, "Wait, aren't you Anna's mom? Are you Anna's mom?" And so she's become famous because Anna Crumling has been covering her games in tournaments. So now she's actually probably experiencing more attention at this time in her career than she ever has, and it's really funny just how the world of content works. And anyway, she was just very excited and proud of her daughter, and that's all she wanted to talk about.
Oh, that is so sweet, so amazing. Can I drop a teaser? Can I drop a
tiny
piece of information?
Do it.
Anna Crumling may have taken a lie detector test and might have responded to a question that suggests that she had to pick what's a bigger achievement, her mom becoming a grandmaster at the time where there were very few women having the title, or Anna herself reaching 1 million loyal followers on YouTube. Which one is a bigger achievement? What do you think she answered? And is it true that she took a lie detector test?
Yes, it is true. It is true.
And was it against me? Is it an Anna versus Anna? Am I just teasing this whole thing and hoping that it will be out on YouTube soon? How soon?
Team's kind of busy with Norway chess, but it'll get out. And I want to know what she answered to because I wasn't there, so I want to see what the answer was. But all right, well let's go back to the bird's eye view and get an idea of what's going on in the other games. We're moments away from Hikaru Nakamura throwing down against Fabiano Caruana in Armageddon, so that'll be fun and keep us on the edge of our seats. What's great about Armageddon early in the round is we get to dive into some wild chess, and maybe then by the time we come back to some of these games, we're just in wild territory for the rest of the day. So. But David, you get to choose now where we going. We see a few more moves between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren.
I think that's the one, Danny. There has been a questionable decision from Ding Liren on just the last turn, at least objectively, according to our Silicon friends, our all-seeing engines. Bishop to b7 granted a question mark, and I wonder why. It looks very logical, Anna, planting the bishop on the long diagonal. Potentially, ideally, kind of long-term, trying to trade off for White's beautiful bishop. But why could that be a mistake?
Why is it a mistake? Is it that the rook is getting very, very awkward on b6, not having much space, and you can attack this rook with c5?
Does look tempting, right? Running out of squares. I guess the black rook could still sidestep, but maybe not the best kind of long-term file to sit on. It looks like maybe Magnus should be going for this rook at least to destabilize it, or maybe he'll keep that in his pocket. I think his last couple of moves, Magnus have suggested that he really wants to play f5 to go for the black king. We've talked about it for a while now. Magnus stepped back a knight to the e4 square on the last turn, so now f5 looks more viable. Maybe even g5, followed by very typical ideas of kind of bringing the white queen in, maybe a rook lift towards the king side, but it's all a matter of timing here. I think from a human point of view here, Danny, bishop b7, just healthy, logical.
Yeah, logical from a human point of view. I like the plan you highlighted, though, with g5 and the idea of coming in with queen h5. Although I wonder if g6 if you do it to kind of, you're launching a pawn storm against a structure that has no weaknesses. Ding has not played h6, g6, or moved the f pawn. There's no lever, right? There's no hook to tear open, and so it can take a little while to get something. So my point was I like g5 because at least the plan of queen h5 and then rook f3 to h3 is a clear battery that would be hard to stop. But all right. You can't stop the Armageddon train, and we back up. We're going to get back to the game between Magnus and Ding just in a little bit. But Hikaru and Fabiano throwing down in their second Armageddon battle of the event in round 1. The colors were reversed, but we had the same result in Classical. Hikaru Nakamura ultimately won in Armageddon if you missed it. And here we go. We're off.
We're off. Who will launch the first improvement? It is the Nimzo Indian again, making you happy. Danny, we're going to get another lesson here.
Same opening, Anna.
Exact same. I'm just waiting to see who will deviate. Or will they now go for that crazy line where black would sacrifice a rook? No, this is not the exact same now.
Okay, so very, very fast decision from Hikaru, which means very, very fast prep in between the game, right? He went right from the end of Classical to catching up maybe with his second on site, Chris. Shout out to Chris if he's here. Because Hikaru came back to the board, did not choose queen f3, David, went directly for c takes d5, and then the f3 transition here to try to get a big center.
Yeah, white has lost castling rights, but watch out for the white king to maybe castle by hand, as they say, artificially getting the king to safety. White does have the opportunity to build a huge pawn center as well. Okay, first though, Fabiano is trying to trade off the queens, seeking safety in an endgame. I'm going to say not the most impressive prep, but he has switched things up, and Hikaru is well known to be very strong in these technical type of positions. We should also remind everyone at home, Armageddon, the extra time advantage is going to be a huge factor later on in the game. So, interesting. Fabiano mentioned in his confessional he has struggled in more simplified positions this tournament.
He struggled, and he struggled with the time management as well in some of his Armageddon games. So it's crucial to highlight how in Armageddon, white starts with more time, but black has draw odds. And so far, Hikaru is keeping his time advantage.
Playing fast, and probably his position is a little bit to be preferred, but again, the draw odds are huge because Fabi's position is super solid. He survived whatever improvement Hikaru wanted to go for, or just avoid whatever Fabiano's deep preparation was from their Classical game. Kind of fun to see. I don't know how many times we've seen the opening be so aggressively repeated with a clear improvement yet in the event. We've had games go, of course, many games go from Classical to Armageddon, so interesting that Hikaru went right back for this line, Fabi is being tested again in Armageddon. That is indeed the truth.
It's fascinating that the players, even though they only have like a 10-15 minute break between the Classical and Armageddon, they do consult their seconds and they come up with these improvements and ideas on what to do, how not to go for the exact same line, but an improved version of what they played earlier. Even more impressive that Hikaru was giving autographs and taking pictures with fans while also getting ready for the Armageddon. So I don't know how he does everything. You're a streamer.
Yeah, where does he find the time to even study chess when he's streaming 6 to 8 hours every day? It's incredible, Hikaru Nakamura. In the meantime, though, Fabiano, I think he's in good shape. Very solid here for black. His next move his last move, a6, hints that he wants to play b5, followed by activating the other black knight towards the queen side. That's the flank that black is stronger. That's the side he wants to play on. So can Hikaru create any active play for white as the clocks start to tick down?
Yeah, and I like Fabi's position. And good plan there you highlighted. Obviously, b5 is coming. The other knight will come to b6. This isn't a traditional Nimzo, and that white doesn't have doubled pawns on c4 and c3, David, but black has the other positional compensation you often get, which is c4 is a square dominated by black. It's an outpost square. Even if white was to relocate the knight from g3 to, say, f1 to e3 or d2 and try to make an exchange, the other knight is right there. And so I like rook d1 from Hikaru. He's going to try to keep the position open. d5 is something that now you'll always have to think about with the rook on d1. But yeah, main thing is time. Fabi has gotten that advantage that started as 3 minutes down to 2. Here comes d5 right on cue.
And I'm expecting Fabiano to either take this pawn right now or just continue with this plan, improve the black knight. Interesting that Hikaru wants to kind of change the pace of the game here and now. This last move means it's no longer about maneuvering. Maybe he's spotting that Fabiano is about to tick under the 5-minute mark. He wants to give concrete problems. He wants to make it a bit more tactical, Anna.
Yeah, he's the one who has to win this game on demand, so he's going for something more aggressive and something more concrete, as you mentioned, David. But I really like this for black. I always like knight maneuvers, so I think I'm biased here. I do like the knight outpost on c4, and that you're backing it up with the other knight that could then jump to a4 to attack the c3 pawn and threaten a fork. Of course, Hikaru is not in any danger, but he's also the one who has to play this game for a win, so he needs more than being okay.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I'm liking Fabi's chances here. Love the threat of knight a4, and yeah, I mean the time advantage is going away fast. We've seen white score super well in Armageddon overall, but in round 1, remember, it was 4-2 in favor of black. So the round 6 mirror of the same situation. Could that spell a good round for black in Armageddon? I don't know. I'm just making an observation. It was the last time, I believe, in the event that black had a plus score in Armageddon.
Mm-hmm. True. At the very beginning, and now it's the same players facing the same opponents with colors reversed. So that Armageddon was won by Hikaru holding a draw against Fabiano, and now it's Fabiano with the draws with the black pieces.
But look at this.
Oh?
Yeah.
Mistake maybe from Hikaru, a question mark given to his last move, and the black knight could have jumped in, creating some serious threats.
Fabi doesn't take his opportunity. Does he see it the second time around? It's got to be the same move for black. Knight a4 would hit c3 and make it very awkward for the rooks, but no, Fabi doesn't go for it. The edge is still strong, though, here. You can really see the dysfunction in white's camp, right? All the pieces on the first rank. The c3 pawn is dead where it stands if it can just get attacked. So a tough position for Hikaru. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just observing that he started shaking his head, and Danny, you are very good at reading Hikaru's body language. But I thought even me without the knowledge, I feel like he's not comfortable.
He's not comfortable. Agreed. Here comes knight a4.
Position's falling apart, though. There's so many weaknesses, and Fabi is playing so well right now. Not only probing away on the queen side, probing away at a loose pawn here in the center. Watch out, the white king, even in trouble potentially with some knight checks. Oh dear, Hikaru, it's all gone wrong. Just these last few moves, he was totally fine, but it feels like he's been the architect of his own demise here somewhat, just giving Fabiano a plan, and black's moves are so straightforward. Clock advantage down to under 1 minute. Board advantage all about black right now. Fabi can even try and repeat the position. White has just yo-yoed his knight back and forth. If black's knight comes to a4, Hikaru needs to find something different.
It's a great point. I might just play knight a4 because of that. Play knight a4 and just see what Hikaru's intention is, right? Is the only, and he does it. The only move, knight back to e2, Hikaru might just accept his defeat right now. I mean, it's not advisable because you might as well lose. It's the same points on the scoreboard at the end of the day if you lose with white or draw. Remember, we talked about the time. It is 10 minutes to start and 7 for white, 7 minutes for black. But the score, no matter what, even if you lose, you at least get a point. The winner gets 1.5 points. So, okay, Hikaru does do something different, but that was interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Fabiano giving a check now. There is a pin on the F-file, so at the very minimum, black could pick up a pawn in the center right now. The white E-pawn not actually defended here. Does he get greedy? No, Fabiano just keeps the tension. Looking beautiful for those black knights. Stallions.
Yeah, it's an incredible position to have the knight outpost on c4 and also a really strong beast on d3. He simply plays rook to d5 with the idea of doubling rooks on the next move, improving with every single move. He's improving his pieces slightly but surely and confidently, where in a position where white doesn't really have the same kind of luxury that you can just go and improve your pieces and improve your position.
It's a nightmare Nimzo for white without the light square bishop. Now Fabi going to take the most concrete solution. He takes c1, enters with rook d2. He's winning the a2 pawn at the end of this line. That's a material advantage, the first one of the game. It does give Hikaru a little bit of life over here if Hikaru can get the knight to e4. Maybe f5 is on the agenda now.
Yeah, knight comes into e4. The one thing in Hikaru's favor is the clock, and we all remember Fabiano's catastrophe against Firouzja when he was totally dominant, totally winning in an Armageddon, but then lost control. So will lightning strike twice? Will the clock play a factor? This is Hikaru in hustle mode, pretty much.
It is absolute hustle mode, and things have improved for Hikaru in the last couple of moves. I feel like Fabi went for grabbing the pawn and went for a concrete line, but he didn't have to. He didn't have to release the tension, and now White's pieces are starting to become more active, even though Hikaru is down on material, but he is having better chances now to hold with the pawn down than before he had.
Totally agree. I'm not sure if the concrete solution was the best one, and we see the bar creeping back up in White's favor because the c5 pawn and the e3 knight are under
a very strong move there, releasing the black. Are dwindling right now. Black's clearly
C2.
ahead in the race.
Yeah, c2 gets on the board and it's over. Black won't need drawing chances anymore, and I don't know that he can stop it. The knight is going to take the b4 pawn to follow. Okay, there you go. This is the right thing to do. You didn't know what it was going to be, but you knew Hikaru would come up with something nasty. If you take b5, is there something wild with the rook entering and f6? Hikaru was going to try to pretend there is, because otherwise he was going to lose anyway. So if this works out, it was magical Hikaru swindling victory from the jaws of defeat, but likely there is nothing, and Hikaru kind of knows it.
Yeah, from his... If there's nothing, it's just game over on the spot. Black is 2 squares away from touchdown.
You look at check and then g5, though. He's like trying to make a mating net. That's what I'm thinking about, is Hikaru's trying to do something to put Fabi under pressure without time. This is what Hikaru does so well. It works better online, though, Anna.
It does work better online. But I think he still is hoping, due to the fact that Fabi is going really low on time. And there's going to be increment. They already have passed move 40, but the increment is only 1 second, which in over-the-board chess is pretty much nothing. You cannot really make a move in 1 second.
Okay, and Fabiano retreats his knight. Maybe a bit of indecision there. He wants to attack the white rook. I don't think there's any reason not to push the black pawn. White's idea is to launch a knight forward to f7 and try to deliver checkmate. It's a swindle, though. Fabi, he has 1 minute. Can he solve that one problem?
Ooh, he plays c2, allows it. He's got a way to stop the mate. Rook c8.
Oh, and Hikaru smiles. He knows that That's the end of it. Fabiano Caruana wins with the black pieces and wins the Armageddon against Hikaru. It's a revenge for day one where the other way around happened. Classical draw and Armageddon win for Hikaru on day one. Now Fabiano Caruana takes the half a point for winning in Armageddon.
The tables turn here in the back half of the event for Fabiano Caruana. Anna, you called it. Hikaru won as black in the Armageddon. To kick things off, Fabiano wins as black in the Armageddon here.
Magnus, do you feel you've peaked as a chess player?
Yes. That's the truth.
Okay. Magnus, do you fear the effects of AI in chess?
No. So it is a lie.
Ooh. Okay. Do you think you could beat Hikaru Nakamura in a chess boxing match?
Yeah. That's a lie.
Wow. Do you think you could beat Levi Rosman and Danny Wrench in a blindfold simul?
I don't care. I don't know what the rest of the question is, but I don't care.
He does care. He's annoyed by that.
Okay. Have you ever played a competitive game while drunk?
Yes. He's telling the truth.
Do you think Chess 960 will ever match the popularity of classical chess?
No. He's telling the truth, but there's more to that.
Okay. But you hope it might.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Me too. Magnus, do you think cheating is a widespread problem in online chess?
Yes. Yes, he's very sure about that.
How about over-the-board chess?
I'm not sure. He's telling the truth.
Okay. Have you ever cried after a game of chess?
Yes, many times. He's telling the truth.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, when was the most recent time?
Probably the last time I can remember was the London candidates in 2013.
Yeah, seems like
Truth. Okay, nice.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variance Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
We just had our first Armageddon of the day. Will there be more? We don't know. Welcome back to round 6 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Ultimately, Fabiano Caruana gets it done, team, with the black pieces. He gets revenge, if you will, from round 1. With me here, Grandmaster David Howell and International Master Anna Rudolph. Yeah, Fabi's got to be feeling pretty good about what happened there, right? He held his wits, kept his nerves in the speed chess battle that went down there in the final moments.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. He must be feeling really good about how the classical went, his preparation. He out-prepared someone who has come to this tournament being the best prepared player in the open section. We thought Hikaru's preparation was always spot on and predicting what the opponent was going to do. He did that really well in every other game except for today, perhaps, where Fabiano surprised Hikaru, and while Hikaru knew that there's this critical line with pawn takes e6, he didn't dare to go for it because it's not what he prepared, and he was just he decided then to go for a draw.
Talk about that a little bit, David, with the prep, right? Because we were applauding Hikaru's prep, and now this is the first game we've seen in a long time where maybe Hikaru got out-prepped not once, but twice, actually, if you include Armageddon.
Yeah, that's right. The first real-time questions could be asked. I'm not really sure it was Hikaru's style. The first time, it was so forcing, so direct, and Fabiano's moves were easy after Fabi got the prep in. And the second game, small twist, it was Hikaru who switched things up, but zero advantage at all. Again, black's moves were easy, so a bit odd, but fair play to Fabi, answering all questions about his speed chess and his nerves. He looked really, really in control that whole Armageddon.
Speaking of speed chess and nerves, the fastest event that we hold every year, I guess maybe not now with the Hyper Bullet Championship. Shout out to Andrew Tang, and that was wild. But the Bullet Chess Championship is just around the corner. It kicks off right after the conclusion of Norway Chess. Tune in to see if Hikaru Nakamura will defend his title and once again be the Bullet Chess Champion, or if someone, Alireza, Magnus, maybe someone else, steals the crown, use the command BCC, one of the most fun events of the year, absolute nonstop craziness, kind of like the end of these Armageddon games, is what the Bullet Chess Championship is all about. All right. Magnus Carlsen is all about finding a way to get an attack going here against Ding Liren in his game. And will he do it? Will he find a way to make this ready work for him?
It's looking good for Magnus. It's a situation that's quite tense. He's ahead on the clock. I think his position, momentum-wise, looking favorable. Here we see it just in the bottom right of your screens there, but it's level material. We talk about the bishop pair at most levels. It might be a negligible factor, but here it could potentially play a key role. White's light squared control, White's light squared bishop, just unrivaled right now. And Ding is solid. He's got everything protected, but can he hold forever? I didn't see any real active plans for Black. How to break through? That's the big question for Magnus.
How to break through? Is there anything concrete, or does he need to prepare his position further? What do you do, David, in a situation like this? What does a grandmaster think about?
Grandmaster move, King H1.
I love it. And that's the kind of moves I think of, but then when I think of it, I don't think it is a grandmaster move. It's just an Anna doesn't know what to do move.
You know, it's funny. Sometimes our best and worst chess are very close to each other, and they're not far apart. No, but King H1 actually makes a lot of sense. You get the king out of a discovered check potential, and you clear the G1 square for the rook to start barreling down on the G7 pawn. So I couldn't tell if David was joking at first, but then the more I looked at it, the more I agreed that King H1 makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's what I would play in a bullet game, Danny. Now you've convinced me. I can't wait for the Bullet Chess Championship, but King H1, it's one of those moves you save yourself so much calculation in future. You don't change anything because long-term you're doing great anyway. There's actually a threat. Queen takes d4. The reason I suggested King H1 is because Queen takes d4 right now. For anyone wondering at home, that's not a loose pawn. That would actually blunder a queen. Bota's Gambit.
Bota's Gambit. No, don't do it.
This would land in a skewer, the white king on a vulnerable dark square diagonal. So shuffling it into the corner, not only positionally desirable, but coming with a threat as well. That's the dream, really.
It's funny because I know this looks bad for Ding Liren, and we've highlighted a clear plan, but he has managed to create a very solid hold over the dark squares, right? He's dominating the control of the middle of the board on the dark squares. Of course, if we ever see a trade on e5, that'll be an opposite code bishop position where he's comfy there. So as long as d4 doesn't just fall off in some tactical sequence where you lose sight of it. By the way, the Grandmaster move, grind like a Grandmaster. Shout out, shameless plug there for David and Magnus's course there. But it is true. Unless you lose the d4 pawn, you do have a grip, right? Magnus immediately threatens to take it. Maybe it's harder to defend it than I'm initially appreciating, but if Dingley Ren can solve that problem, the dark squares are dominated, and he plays queen c5.
Yep. I know Magnus too well. King h1 was always going to happen. The bar did drop slightly. I was curious why, but okay, Ding protects his pawn. You often say, Danny, that we're playing checkers, they're playing chess. It looks like Ding's playing checkers, everything on dark squares. He's going to play king h8 in the near future.
And h6 to
Maybe
complete
H6.
the checkers. No, please don't. That's such a weakening move.
Yeah, but interesting, this light squared versus dark squared strategy. It's unclear which one is going to pay off.
If you can do things like double rooks on the g file and then just imaginary chess, grab that bishop on g2 and put it on d5, right? Just like leapfrog above the queen, then this is just phenomenal, right, for white. And there will be an attack that will probably become hard to stop. But it's not so simple for Magnus to coordinate and bring that pressure.
I think you're spot on with that observation, Danny, because the computer wants to drop the queen back to e2 so that then the bishop can appear on d5 and then you have the g5 for your rooks. He clearly needs to regroup his pieces.
Okay, there you go.
Logic. That's exactly how top players think, Danny. They see where they want their pieces. This bishop could be improved. It looks great, but on d5 is clearly its ideal home, and the players, they manipulate tactics, move orders in order to kind of achieve their goals. So,
did you just say I had potential there?
I mean, I think you fulfilled some of it.
Gave me one of those looks. You haven't given me that look all day. So just
Danny,
now.
I've been reserving it for the special moments. Queen e2.
Aw, these two.
You suggested it, Anna. You complete the...
you complete it.
the
Together,
trio, yeah.
we're a team.
It's not my credit, though. This was the engine, but I do see the idea and I do love it. I would have played king h1. That's up to where I thought that's what I would have played. The rest is, it is logical. Once you see the move, queen e2, it is really logical that sometimes you need to retreat to then launch your attack, regroup your pieces, have the bishop where it should be on d5, double the rooks on the g file, and then what can Dingley Ren do?
Well, but speaking of launching an attack, Dingley Ren has got to be thinking about rook f to b8. I mean, there's got to be counterplay here, or you're just a sitting duck, and Magnus will complete the maneuvers we've discussed. And here he goes. Oh no, you're analyzing. Okay, sorry, you got me excited. Apparently, that's not a good move. Why is that a blunder?
I'm wondering. There are actually threats in the air. I don't see why exactly this is a blunder, but okay, I'm going to try to set up some sneaky checkmates. Rook g1, I'm not sure this is the exact right way to go, but rook b2, if the white queen lands on a square like h5, not only do we double up on the g-file, but for example, if black tries to double on the second rank, rook g3, we're threatening nasty checkmates.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
It's a puzzle rush. Black plays rook 8 to b2.
Let's do it.
And then you have, the puzzle rush says go.
There's always tactics in the air when you control squares, when you have pieces swarming around the enemy king, and this would end in mate. Yeah, I mean, this is just one of the many tactics available to white, but I think it all does start with this move, queen e2. Firstly, slowing down the opponent's counterplay. That's a bit of a bonus. The black rook cannot enter the second rank yet after the move queen e2, but also accelerating your own attacking ideas. So Magnus in control, we think, for now. How big the advantage is, we're unsure. Ding will no doubt defend better than we did in that variation. But yeah, let's maybe leave Magnus to ponder over how to improve his pieces, Anna.
Yeah, let's do that. And I think he will play queen e2. I think it's a very Magnus-esque move, an idea to regroup your pieces, maneuver them to better positions, and improve that g2 bishop to then improve the rooks.
Well, let's back up to the bird's eye view while we wait for Magnus to show us what he's going to do. Will he play queen e2? Another look in the playing hall. You see a full crowd today, like we said, both Saturday and Sunday on the weekend. There's been a lot of people here. It's awesome. The energy in the building is amazing. Remember, we got a Guinness World Record attempt going downstairs with a constantly live mic, by the way, for any fans curious. If you walk by, your voice might be on Twitch. So be careful. But right now, we're gonna back up and be joined by a guy who just won his game in Armageddon, reverses the score of the first round, Fabiano, Hikaru took the game to Armageddon, beat you as black. You got the job done. Were you surprised that Hikaru went right back for that Nimzo today?
Not too surprised, because I thought, well, it's sort of a fighting line. So even if like black equalizes, you still get a pretty tough fight. So it's not a bad idea for white and Armageddon to go for that. And he kind of knew, like, he had some information. If he just totally switches gears, then he has no information on what I want to do. And it might just, like, peter out if I surprise him again. So it made a lot of sense to go for it. I kind of expected it, but I also wasn't too worried because, like, black has pretty natural, easy play. So it feels also like not a bad line for Armageddon for black because you don't want to be, like, thinking too much. And black's moves are all, like, based on light squares, so the moves come pretty naturally.
Oh, it makes sense. I want to ask you your opinion on a topic we've been discussing. Overall, Hikaru over the last few months in the candidates and early on here has done a very good job, it seems to us, at guessing his opponent's openings, being pretty well prepared, both in classical and then choosing an approach that has been effective in Armageddon. Today was the first game we saw in a long time where it felt like his opponent was better prepared, and that even when it entered Armageddon, his opponent once again maybe had a better feel or a better understanding of where that endgame was going. So do you think we're right about Hikaru, who's overall doing a very good job in the opening stage right now, and what do you think was different today?
I think Hikaru is in general a well-prepared player, and he also is pretty smart with his preparation. And like he takes, I think, a very, very smart approach in terms of going for positions that he thinks that he's comfortable with and also that his opponent might not be comfortable with. So I've noticed that yeah, his opening approach, like these days, everything is sort of equalized and everyone knows everything. So you kind of have to outsmart your opponent, and he's pretty good at that. He does occasionally get out prepared, like okay, against Ali Reza in this tournament. You can't say that he was like super booked up on the line that Ali Reza played.
Tarash.
Yeah. But also, you don't really notice those games because if he is out prepared, very often he does a good job of shutting the game down, or at least like keeping control. So in general, his chess is very, very controlled and very stable these days. He only had like 2 accidents recently both against Vidit in the candidates, and if not for those 2 games, perhaps he would have won the candidates. So, but overall, like a very, very good level of stability in his play, and also good understanding. Like a lot of things have come together in terms of his play that make him a really well-rounded player and explain his results.
Fabiano, you went to the confessional booth talking about a really sharp line where you were going to sacrifice a full rook. So I wanted to ask you more about that variation. And how sure were you that you're recalling the line correctly, that this is the position where you can go for it?
I was like 90% sure. I played like 1 training game in this line, but it was about a month and a half ago, or maybe even 2 months ago. And the position is pretty crazy. Like, if
are you willing to show us a little bit of it? I know.
Yeah,
I don't want you to.
I can show you the entire training.
Let's bring it up. You can follow right there on the monitor there.
Yeah. So bishop f1, d6. I mean, like it's pretty clear that white's play is leading up to d6. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. So bishop c4, queen a8, knight d5. Okay, the queen is in trouble, and white can play e4, which is very logical to attack the knight. Probably the only testing move, and a6 is kind of the brilliant idea. I see the bar jumping up.
No, it's great. Keep watching. We did this in real time. It jumps up, and then the longer you let it think, it gets further and further down.
This is the correct variation. So bishop a3 is, I think, the most critical move. Rook e8, and I was playing against someone who knew the position because, like, he was trying to test me. So he played king d2, which obviously you never play unless you actually know it. It's probably the top engine move, although everything goes to zeros eventually. And then here I didn't remember what to do, which is probably to play knight f4, so I played fe6, which seems very logical to me. E takes d5, bishop d5, queen a7, queen c8. I had calculated up to here, but then he surprised me with something. Bishop d6. Yeah, bishop d6. Bishop
knight h5 at the end of the line.
And I think after bishop b7, he kind of panicked. It was a blitz game, and it was also Christian. And he did something random. He lost his queen and lost the game. And here white has knight e4. No, wait, no, it's not knight e4. What is the line? D5. D5. What is the line here?
This is crazy.
Knight d7. Knight e4. ED5, knight C. No. ED5. Why can't I remember this at all?
Knight C5, you might be
Knight
right.
C5, it lose my mind. Oh my god.
I think this was the line, but I
Trying to open
remember
the B
it.
file to get at the black bishop.
I
Wow,
told
this
you
is
I'd
crazy.
show you the training game, and I can't even remember the game. But yeah, this was what I was trying to recall during the actual game, and I couldn't remember like too much of it, honestly.
Well, Hikaru also went into the confessional and he said that, oh, this line is dubious because there's d takes e6, but he couldn't recall the variation, so he wasn't willing to go for something that you prepared, and he's not sure of what the analysis is.
I think it was a smart choice because of course, like it could go well for white, but more likely than not, if you don't have knowledge, you could also end up losing control and just losing the game from the opening, which would not be a good thing. I was very surprised that he like so quickly played e4 because it's clearly he's just like giving up any chance of advantage. So it's a very I guess it's a sort of practical approach. Like he knows the position he's going to get. It's like slightly worse, and then he's just going to try to make a draw. But the speed at which he played it, I was impressed that he was like so ready to try to kill the game.
And that's what he said in the confessional, right? Like after he said d takes e6, no, but I will not go for it. I just need to like now hold and go for the draw. Like he had it clear from that moment on that he takes back on f1 instead of challenging your line, that he doesn't want to get worse and he's gonna go and try to force a draw.
I'd love to get your thoughts on the other games in progress if you're willing while we're here. I mean, it's been a while since we did commentary together.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have a couch.
That's unfortunate.
We don't have a couch anymore, but that would make
either.
that would make Anish really jealous. What?
We don't have Robert either.
We don't have Robert here. Anish Giri would get super jealous if we were just to sit on the sofa and commentate away. But Fabiana Caruana, the content creator, commentator, takes over for just a second while we have you. Give us your thoughts real quick on Magnus's game with Dingley Ren.
So, I mean, he's definitely better. Like white is not risking here. But like, what's the plan is the question. I would think trying to take over the b file is a logical plan, but I don't know if rook b1, or you could maybe play queen e2 and try to put the bishop on d5. Don't know if that does much, or rook f. Like I'm definitely thinking about like some queen e2, bishop d5, rook f4, rook h4, but maybe it's a bit too much.
We were actually looking at something similar.
Mm-hmm.
We thought it was quite promising. Some big attack. I mean, in terms of Magnus, do you think he's enjoying this? Is this up his alley?
I think he has really good chances to win this game. And also, like, the opening was a very, very good pick by him. He got a really tough fight, which I think he wanted. And he should be fighting for a win this game to fight for first place. So it was a good choice. I think like Ding has been consistently playing this reverse Benoni in the Grand K tournament, and I was thinking about it like to play it against him, but I thought there's no way that he keeps going for it because it's so double-edged. But it looks like he really believes in the line.
He did indeed. He went right for it again. Magnus played a Benoni and mentioned in the confessional booth that even if he got a good position, it was still a Benoni. So.
Well, Magnus has been dabbling in the Benoni, like the real Benoni, from the black side, with some success. So, if you're ready to play the Benoni with black, then this is about the best dream that you could get.
Do you happen to know what Benoni means?
Son of Sorrow.
Everyone knows.
He
I
knows.
thought
He
they
knows
make
everything.
It up.
Son of
I
Sorrow.
thought it was made up.
This was even I had a press conference with Grishuk in 2018 during the candidates, where he played like a Grunfeld, but then I played e3, so transposed to Benoni, where white has played e3. And then there was this whole discussion about, like he said something about Son of Sorrow, and he was making, I don't know if they were jokes, or it was just Grishuk
being Grishuk.
And yeah, that was like my first recollection of the Son of Sorrow.
Amazing. All right. Well, we couldn't get you with that one. It is our word of the day. All right. Let's get quick snapshot thoughts from Fabi before we let him go on the other games, maybe with a couple more questions. But we really haven't spent a lot of time on Fallujah Prague, partly because we started with Magnus and Dingley Ren, interesting Benoni, and then you and Hikaru took us right to Armageddon and kind of dominated the attention. So what are your quick thoughts on that one?
I really like white's position. it just looks so. You're gonna play Rook A3, move the knight, Rook G3. I don't know. It's so dangerous. Like Rook A3 now. I mean, if White gets the Rook to G3, I think it's just mate. I don't know if White will get it there. There is like Rook A3, Knight C6, but I don't know. I can maybe play Knight C5 or already start looking at like some Queen D3 or something. I mean, or just Knight C5 is like good enough. So Rook A3, I'd be really, really worried in Prague's shoes.
Okay. Ferrugia comes back to the board. Maybe like in his position too. Maybe he likes your Rook A3.
But what's the point of Rook A6? Like, what is he aiming for with this move? Does he want to? I don't get it.
Very deep.
Just does he want Rook C6 and no.
I mean, maybe Rook A3, Rook C6, but I'm just going to play Knight H2. I really don't care about whatever Black's doing on the C file.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Like ready to sack on H6 already, like Queen C7, Bishop H6.
Let's put that on the board.
Rook G3 and.
You're so much more aggressive with other people's pieces. You know, you're just like sacking pieces here.
I am like, I am an attacking player. I just never, like, you don't always get a chance. I mean, everyone is very, yeah, this is just made Queen H5.
Wow, you're right.
Yeah, this is over. So after Rook A3, I don't know. Alireza is definitely looking in that direction.
Super strong.
Wow. Okay. Well, you might have called the shot, and we'll definitely.
Okay, so let's try to survive.
Okay.
How does Black survive this?
Grandmaster David Howell, help! Help!
I hate
Fabiano's here.
Why me? Why me? Okay. Where do I even start? Okay, let's say I play your Knight C6, just to try and hit that rook.
Okay, Knight C5.
Knight C6, Knight C5. I mean, okay, let's say I try and trade, and unless you flick in Queen C2 or Queen. Okay, I was going to try and play Knight B4 to try and force
Queen
queens
E2.
off.
Queen E4 is coming.
Yeah. Guys, you've stitched me up here. What's happened? I need the bishop on B7. I was going to say Knight D4, but that only helps your rook get to G3.
Yeah, taking Rook G3, it looks like.
Yeah.
Those bishops are so nice.
Yeah. Oof. Snipers along the diagonals. This looks beautiful. Just game over, as the eval bar shows.
All right, we have one final hope, and it's Anna plus the engine versus Fabiano. Anna, what does the engine say Black should play after Rook A3?
Do you think I can actually do this
Let's do it with
just
Rook,
like a basic engine against one of the best players in chess?
We'll let you look at it while I ask Fabi a question from one of our featured
I'm
chatters.
I'm gonna try.
So, a couple more questions for you. You get the win today. Armageddon win is Black, but it was a draw in Classical. Yesterday, there was a flip-flop in the overall live ratings. Hikaru Nakamura became number 2. You dropped to number 3. Is that something you think at all about at this point in your career? Are you always aware of where you sit in that spot? And is it something that matters to you to regain it?
I mean, it's not something I'm thinking about too much. I know that it means a lot to chess fans, you know, what all the world rankings are. I mean, I think there's number 1, and then, yeah, if you're like number 2 or 3, it's not a huge difference. If you're number 1, of course, that is different. Like if I were to get the number 1 rating spot, that would really matter a lot to me. I have been number 2, I have been number 3 many times, and I've also, in like 2 years ago, dropped down to like number 14 during a tough period. So I understand sort of like where my ranking will be based on my play. I knew when I was playing badly that I would be going down. I felt that before it happened a few years ago. Then last year I started to feel good about my chess. I kind of had a feeling that I would be regaining some standing. So it really all comes down to the play. I mean, I feel like in this tournament, yeah, the result has been bad, and I've made some really costly mistakes, but I don't know exactly like what went wrong. Maybe there was some, like against Magnus, it felt like I didn't play terribly. I wasn't calculating terribly, but there were just some like very small moments which turned the tide. It was like very, very small mistakes. One was in the opening not playing A5, which right after I didn't play it, I regretted. One was like taking on G5. I kind of narrowed it down to that, which was very surprising to me that this is like almost by force leading to a really, really tough endgame. And then the final blunder, I was like kind of internally debating what if I play like if I give 2 checks, what are my chances of drawing this? And I really don't know. It was based on a queen sack. Like, I don't know if you guys.
We were looking at some of the lines. Yep.
But I basically didn't see this like perpetual. I just thought he's promoting, and I just made a random move. I already thought it was game over. So it was really like I was really upset that I got into this endgame in the first place because I thought at best I had like 50-50 of holding it. It's just so unpleasant with the 10-second increment. Against Prague, it was like really more disappointing because I had 20 minutes and I really shouldn't be losing this endgame. So yeah, the play hasn't been great, but I can't say I'm like doing terrible, atrocious things. Just, yeah, some things haven't been going well and hopefully things reverse a bit.
Well said. It kind of felt that way to us too, certainly against Magnus, right? It was one of those games that in hindsight you go, wow, like really, really tough game to lose because didn't really play, you know.
I mean, to his credit, of course, he played a really excellent game. Really excellent. And like some decisions which maybe to chess fans aren't like so obvious, but when you kind of sit at the board, you're like, yeah, this is powerful play. It was like Queen E7. Because I already kind of chalked the game up as a draw at that point, but then he played this Queen E7, and I still have to defend an unpleasant position. So that's sort of Magnus at his most dangerous in these types of positions, for sure. So yeah, I look back on the game with some regret, but also some understanding that it wasn't entirely my day.
Yep.
I've got something. I don't think I'm going to hold this position, but I'm going to test Fabiano.
Let's do it. Fabi versus Anna in the engine. I want to see it. Let's clip
Fabi,
it,
I'm going
clip it
knight
and ship it. We're going to
C6.
dive in.
So after rook a3, I'm going to try to tickle the rook with knight to c6.
Knight c5?
That's it? You don't even want to move the rook? This is it? The computer doesn't like your approach to this, Fabi.
It might be a bad move, but it's not like the most natural response.
Rook a3 on the board, we should mention. We're headed in this direction.
Yeah, we're headed in there.
Oh, okay, so we could have this exact line in the game. If knight c5, I'm just going to move the rook to b6 and hope that you blunder your bishop. I don't know if it's like too obvious that I'm trying to capture the bishop.
So what are you trying to do with Queen d3?
Let's do it.
That's a great question.
You want to take on b1, take on d4, and just sack the exchange like this?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is key.
It's a really tough decision to make because you are now down exchange, and I don't think you have enough compensation, but you might have enough to make it tough for white. And also, it's a bit like rook d3 maybe is a move, but it's a bit awkward. Rook d3, bishop a6, and then where does the rook go now? Yeah, already bishop a6 is fine. So where does the rook go?
Maybe rook g3 last move. Is that a thing?
Yeah, I was wondering if this is
g3.
Is there queen h4?
Yeah, just to show everyone at home, bishop takes h6 looks quite strong here. G6, there are some sacrifices. Queen h4, probably the way.
There's rook e4 now. Rook e4 is really strong. There's like knight c3, but I don't know if that's that's not working out for luck. So this is bad. So bishop d4, bishop h6.
It seems that after bishop takes h6, black can play bishop takes f2 with the idea of king takes f2, queen h4.
Wow.
Bishop g7, queen d4. What is going on? No, bishop g7 must be bad because queen d4 just rook e3 is fine.
Well, now it's changing its mind, the computer, and says that black is just lost. Great that it was giving us some false hope.
Fabiano Caruana just a little bit stronger than local stockfish on chess.com. We just found out in real time.
Knight takes e3, you have to play bishop f8, knight g4, king f3, or what?
Oh my gosh.
Not bishop f8.
Wow.
The blunders have begun.
The blunders have begun.
Bishop f8, I guess maybe black just takes. And
queen f4 check maybe, and then queen takes g3. No, then rook f3.
Wow.
Okay.
Instead, in this position.
Yeah. Okay, you're in trouble.
So bishop f6, knight g4, king f3, right?
Yeah, exactly. Killer move, king to f3.
The queen guards b7. There are no checks.
Incredible.
Well, you did it. You beat Stockfish in real time in front of a lot of fans, and it actually changed its evaluation as it went, which is funny because, jokes aside, I mean, the intuition you had about the position is that White's attack is about to get crazy, and the computer is like maybe not ready to sacrifice material at first. So, I'm not sure what would happen in real time, but it's a good example of where a grandmaster's intuition and some depth of understanding can maybe.
It's all forced, clearly, as well.
I mean, I like it. But, Fabi, congratulations again. Hopefully for you, maybe a start of a better second half here. I'll say that, in conversations we've had, not to bring a private conversation out, you made a comment to me that the key thing was in this format was to try not to lose in classical. I know there were a couple of unlucky bad results there, but you've reversed that trend. And so what strategy do you take into the second half, knowing you did have a couple of rounds that got away from you? And it's back to like, hey, don't lose in classical, keep yourself within striking distance. What else?
Well, I think that from my tournament perspective, I kind of need to win one game in classical. Not to win the tournament, but just to feel okay about my tournament.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly how I'll approach the rest of the games. I mean, everyone's tough. I'm playing Magnus with Black. That's obviously a tough game. First, I have Alireza, and you never know who you're getting with Alireza, right? He's capable of basically anything. He's capable of playing like the best player on the planet, and sometimes capable of not playing too well. So. Also, he's a fun player to play against. I mean, he's always up for a fight, so I really enjoy playing against him. And I respect him a lot. I mean, I think that he's truly a great player. So that'll be a good game to look forward to. Hopefully I'm playing well because, the last games have been shaky and trying to reverse the trend. But this game today, I don't know if I can read too much into it. I mean, it was basically a draw from the opening, and then we'll see. It also depends on the other guys because there's a lot of people in contention. Magnus, Hikaru is playing great. Prague is playing great, but he's in danger today. And Alireza seems to be in good form as well. So basically, it's like two of us who are not playing too well. And I'll try to change at least one of us.
All right. Well, this has been awesome to have you. Thank you for joining us. And we do wish and hope for the best for you. Wish you the best of luck and hope for the best here in the next 4 rounds. So thanks, man.
Good luck, Fabi. Good luck.
All right. There you have it. The only person to get a victory so far in the day has been Fabiano Caruana. He got the job done in Armageddon. Joined us in studio, and we're going to head back to the bird's eye view, take a reset before we jump back into any of the boards. Now we're obsessed with this Faruja Prague game because of Fabi's lines there and the sacrifices potentially available to White. That should be a lot of fun to keep an eye on. But David, maybe let you choose if there's another game you want to check in with first.
Well, apparently Ding has made a slightly inaccurate move against Magnus, but from a human point of view, I think that one's still a lot of work to be done for the world number one. We haven't focused on the women's games for a while. Just a quick update, Vaishali against Xu Wenjun very much looks like a French defense. If I had to bet my life savings, and there isn't much, if I had to bet everything, I would have said this had to come from a French, not a Sicilian. I would have been bankrupt in no time. But
thank goodness you didn't do that, David.
Lei Tingzhe against Anna Muzichuk. I'm really liking Black's position, I've got to say, despite the pawn deficit. I think Anna maybe feeling confident about a third win in a row. Meanwhile, Humpy Kanaru against Pia Kramling. Peerless, we've said about Kramling there. I think she's done very well at stabilizing in that Nimzo Indian. So that's a brief recap at least. But I'm dodging the question. I'm going to leave it to you, Anna, where to go next.
I wanted to check in a little bit with the other Anna because I thought it's very instructive to show a position where White is up a pawn. So material advantage White. And there's nothing very concrete going on. There's no immediate way of winning the pawn back. There's no checkmate attack. Although the long diagonal is looking terrifying, but just by putting your bishop on h1, White is not going to blunder queen g2 mate. There's ways in which you can, for instance, place your pawn on f3. Got the connection between the queen and the bishop and win that bishop in the corner. So Black cannot just go for an immediate kill. There's nothing that would suggest that Black will get something right now. neither in the very near future. This is a long-term compensation because of having opposite colored bishops, and in opposite colored bishop positions, the one who has better control and the attack in this case is black. You have all the light squares for you. The black bishop can never be. I was gonna say it real quickly, and then I forgot the word I wanted to use. It's not the Benoni, not the word of the day, but it can never be challenged by the D2 bishop, and that's the story with opposite colored bishops. So if you are the one in charge, if you are the one with the initiative, if you are the one who can build up an attack, you are a virtual piece up on the color of your bishop, on those squares. On the light squares, you're the king or the queen of the board, because that other bishop can never ever do anything about it.
Yeah, great way of describing that, Anna. You mentioned not Benoni. I'm wondering what word that was now. The benevolent bishop, the
C4.
beneficial bishop.
C4. Yeah, like Benoni? No, that's not the word.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I thought C4 was the idea. We talked about this earlier when Leighton J chose to take with the pawn, but I thought you might see some prep for that. But there you go. C4 is explosive. I get the cue right there. It's dynamite. And before you know it, we've got emotes on the board from David Howell. He's the one with the mouse, so I'm the one who gets made fun of. But it's great timing. But yeah, that is an explosive move. We didn't see it coming, literally. And I guess if the bishop takes, you are going to play rook c1, like we talked about. And I wonder if there isn't some idea where Leighton J intends to sacrifice both pawns in some cases, just to completely open up the diagonal, to sort of reverse the trend, flip the script to Anna's point, which is exactly to give white an attack on the dark squares to compensate for the weaknesses that black has on the light squares. So this is an interesting idea.
Yeah, this is really classy play from Leighton J. Dynamic. She doesn't want to suffer strategically, even if she has the material advantage, and giving a pawn back. And actually, opposite color bishops, often the big breakthroughs occur on your opponent's color complex. It looks like they've got everything covered. You throw a bit of a spanner in the works, they lose coordination. Let's just highlight some of those lines, actually. I want to mention queen takes c4 might be the most appealing until you see the move bishop to h6. And suddenly the g7 point is a big weakness. It's a bit of symmetry here. Black would have to play the move g6, and suddenly it's the dark squares around the black king that look really, really weak. Of course, the frustrating computer says level. But yeah, bishop takes, and the pin we're discussing here, slightly uncomfortable for black as well. So great decision, I think. c4 from Leighton J, making Anna's job a lot tougher.
Yeah, very good practical decision, giving the pawn back, but gaining activity for white's pieces. And I think, Danny, you're right that maybe, potentially in the future, even the d pawn in the right moment could be sacrificed to open up the d file. For now, I think this is going to be at least, well, black has to take, but black can and should figure out whether to capture with the queen or the bishop on c4. In case she takes with the bishop, rook to c1, I think, is a logical follow-up to create a pin on the c file and ask again a question to black: how do you regroup your pieces? Nothing concrete going on there, I think. It's not like a terrifying idea, but suddenly it is white who starts dictating the tempo of the game.
And I like that point, because from a practical perspective, that's kind of key. The only way Leighton J could have lost this would have been a game where Anna Muzichuk was dictating the flow on the light squares of the king side. So if you take off, just take the c4 and d4 pawns off the board, just magically they're gone, you're not really in that much danger of losing with the extra pawn on the queen side. Like, there are winning chances there, but opposite code bishop endings are much, much closer to a draw. And at least in that open board, your dark square bishop has a fighting chance if it ever gets to that long diagonal and helps the queen. So from a practical point of view, it just makes a ton of sense, right? You're preparing to lose both of those pawns to ensure that you will not get dominated in an attack. At least the activity will be equal, and you'll take your chances to hold in the endgame if you get there. So maybe most likely result is Armageddon for this one, but I don't want to speak too soon. Time pressure could also make this one kind of funny. So, all right, let's back up. Look at the other games. Nothing funny going on between Perugia and Prague. If you saw Fabiano's analysis, this is serious business, and we might be getting closer to the to the line that we analyzed. If Firouzja plays knight to c5 and we end up getting some crazy sacrifices here that Mr. Caruana analyzed when he was in studio, how awesome would that be?
Yeah, 2800 versus Stockfish 17. That was fascinating, that battle. Humans, we still have a fighting chance against technology. Knight c5 in that game. If it lands, I think we'll jump back in and analyze a bit further. Firouzja, this feels like his domain as well. It feels like his type of position. Every time I've played Firouzja actually over the board, he always lands a sacrifice on the h6 square. So it will be quite fitting if that happens again. Prag trying to get the energy going, rocking back and forth in his chair. Magnus hasn't made too much progress, just one move to talk about there. But okay, moment of truth. Firouzja's reaching out.
Indeed he does.
And it's happening.
Both moves we predicted are now on the board. Rook a3 and knight c5. Engine at first is like, yeah, black's going to be okay, but we're going to let it think. And I think could get some crazy fireworks on that board.
Incredible. Imagine if we get that whole line, that whole variation.
All the way to king to f3, winning the game. That would be crazy.
Like 15 moves in the future. King f3, obviously. GG. Wow. Crazy game, that one shaping up to be. We haven't talked about Vaishali against Xu Wenjun or Humpy Kanaru against Pia Kremling too much. Both of those games looking
back
level.
to those games to analyze what happened. And just to mention that Magnus Carlsen is doing the maneuver we were discussing. He dropped the queen back to e2 and is giving bishop d5 checks. So that too is something that we thought was going to happen, and it is on the board indeed. Not to give credit to us, but hey,
it
sometimes we guess it.
It was an idea we saw. Not to give credit where it's not due, but three people analyzing, and sometimes we come up with good moves. But all right, right now we're actually going to back up and steal a quick break while we have a chance. Rook to b6 played. Anna, that was the line that the computer liked with an exchange sack. Maybe is the key pragmatic defense for Prag in that game. We'll see if he finds it. But all right, don't go anywhere. The craziest moments of round 6 are still ahead. I have a feeling this might be the last break we take before Armageddon and the rest of the day keeps us glued. 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, we're on the back half of this thing, and we will be right back.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens, but you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Take one. Action.
When you're best friends with Magnus Carlsen, you can feel a bit of pressure. You look at yourself and ask, what have you done and what can you be proud of? On June 2nd, we will attempt to set the new Guinness World Record for the longest chess marathon. It will be a grueling experience with many obstacles along the way, both mentally, physically, and on the chessboard.
So you're symmetrical, but a bit fat.
My name is Odin Bikavel. I used to play soccer for Viking, but I started pursuing chess at the age of 15. When I was 19, I took second place at the Norwegian Junior Chess Championship. Now I'm a happy father of 2, but I'm really falling in love with chess again. My name is Askild Bryn. I used to be a talented chess player, but somehow life happened and I never really got to see how far I could make it as a chess player or how good I could become. Now I'm 36 years old, married, have a successful career, and a beautiful baby daughter. But is it too late to achieve something great in the game I love? Maybe not. The current Guinness World Record set in 2018 is 56 hours and 9 minutes. Another team set the mark at 60 hours in their attempt earlier this year. Our goal is to play hundreds of Blitz games for 61 hours straight and crush the old and new record. This is happening during Norway Chess, and finally, Askild and I can feel like chess superstars for a couple of days, playing in the same venue as Magnus and the other chess greats. This record will be a testament to a lifelong dedication to the game.
Tune in on chess.com stream and support us as we try to cement our names in chess history.
We are back, and we have liftoff. The spicy stuff is happening in the game between Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu. The variations we analyzed when Fabiano Caruana was in studio have appeared on the board. It was Anna and Stockfish versus Fabi. Anna suggested that this was the best and only way for those at the break who might have been following at chess.com/events. You would have seen the blue arrow appear on the board when rook takes b1 was an option. We're going to dive in and take a look at the action because it's exactly what we predicted. And maybe we should give a quick replay of how we got there before Firouzja might launch into this crazy attack. David, you want to take it away?
Let's do it. This is the live position. We've actually correctly predicted 4 moves each, so 8 moves in total for both players. And it's just the start, as Danny mentioned. We last left it at this position, rook to a3. appeared. Fabiano said this is just the way for white to play. It's a very common motif. Rook lifts, going towards the black king here, attacking with pieces rather than pawns. The black king is a bit of a sitting target with few defenders around it. Knight c6, we said, was the human approach. I think we all agreed that this was the way forward, attacking the white rook. This attack was blocked. Knight to c5. The black rook now is the one attacked. It shifted. And after queen to c2, subtle threat of checkmate in one. Black had to find the move rook takes b1 in this position. And there we go. Double. Oh, I was going to say double exclamation point. Just one. It is a sacrifice, and much needed sacrifice to stop the checkmate. And queen takes. There was now a second sacrifice. Knight takes d4. Now the white knight on c5 is hanging black temporarily down the exchange. But still, all bets are off. It's super complicated here. I'm wondering about what Farouja's thinking right now, though.
I think he has just played knight takes d4.
He has.
So Pragnananda will capture on c5, but currently it's his chair facing this menacing position.
Confessional, anyone?
Could be.
Wouldn't that be amazing? I would love to get Prague's thoughts right now about this position. Ali Reza hasn't been in the confessional yet.
Yeah, why is he not
All
doing
event,
that?
right? Maybe we'll say something to him in the hangout time. Not that Ali Reza, is going to do it if anybody says anything. But not really his thing. Prague is back. Confessional, we don't know. Rook to g3, according to the computer, the only move. If he finds rook g3 and we get the sacrifice we talked about, again, if you just tuned in, one of those rare times where you might literally want to scroll back on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, wherever you're watching, I don't really know, and you might want to just see Fabi's analysis. It was amazing because it started out crazy. Looks like black is better, and even the computer changes its mind. But Fabi's intuition and feel that white's attack was wild here was proven 100% correct. And now that it's here, the computer's had time to think. It agrees and loves sacrificing the knight for the attack.
This is just mind-blowing, and we could show, I guess we could show as an alternative if white doesn't sacrifice the knight on d4 but protects it by playing rook to d3. So both your rook and knight are hanging. The only way to get out of the double attack is by playing rook to d3, but that is not a very good move. The computer actually starts liking black's chances more after a move like bishop to a6, attacking the rook again, and suddenly you need to play something awkward like dropping the rook back either to d1 or to d2. I guess rook to d2 looks even uglier than rook d1, but it's no longer that menacing attack that white is dreaming of unless you end up placing the rook on g3 and giving up the knight. But if you do so, it's probably best to do it straight away in this moment when the knight is hanging, the rook is hanging, and you just don't care. You play rook to g3, and the threat is after bishop takes d4, you will capture on h6 because of the pin on the g file. You're threatening mate in 2 by rook takes g7 and queen h7 checkmate. So black has to sacrifice back to react to it, playing bishop takes f2 check, king takes f2, and queen h4. This was the idea that the computer originally liked a lot for black, but then it starts realizing this is still lost.
It's crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is where Fabiano spotted the bishop takes g7. The attack continues. A queen check, a bit of an action replay of the analysis earlier. White has to block this one. If you step back here, even with the king, it's a full turnaround. The white king is the one that's mated. And after queen d4, if you do block, white would have to find the incredible move, bishop to f6 check, allowing a double check, a check met by a block. And the king has to move one safe square here on f3, but that is sufficient. Bishop b7 is not a good check here. The white queen covers that square, and rook takes knight. Next move will simply win the game. If all this happens,
it could happen, though.
It could happen.
And you said it, if all this happens, but it could. Yeah. This is a line that you'll wonder afterwards, if we do get a chance to catch up with either player, how deeply Farouja might have calculated the position. Again, if you had just tuned in, you missed Fabiano Caruana going for this. It was awesome, and we're getting closer and closer to the moment. So now that Fabi's gone, let's stay on this for a minute because it was really crazy impressive. And again, we had all those lines on the board; they might be happening. But what is black's best defense? So let's go rook g3. Should you not take on d4? that's the question, right? Should you stop bishop h6 somehow instead of taking the knight?
Just realized, Danny, there's a cool tactic. If the black king sidesteps, I think white can sacrifice anyway on h6, and this is great kind of geometry here. Just simple sidestep, queen c1, hitting the pawn, hitting the weak bishop, and white will emerge with a decisive attack or material advantage. So it looks like all roads lead to Rome, or h6 in this case, sacrifice. I mean, this is just classic Fallujah. Again, I'm not a gambling man, but I think rook g3 is very likely to appear on the board.
I think so too, and it's so much his style. It's so much his style to calculate this and go for it and have that kind of instinct that even if he doesn't see it till the very end, he, I think, would believe in an attack like this. Because you look at the black king, and even though there's 3 pawns in front of it, that is the only defense. So once you manage to grab the h6 pawn, and then you see that the g7 pawn falls as well, black's king is running out of defenders.
Fabiano said, because he's playing Fallujah next in the tournament, that you never know what you're getting with Ali Reza. Sometimes he plays chess where you're like, this is the best chess player in the world. And other times he, there are times when he almost looks to beat himself, right? I mean, there was a game yesterday with Magnus where that literally happened, right? And Fabi was being complimentary of Fallujah in the process, just saying that this is the kind of player you don't want to face when it's this Ali Reza Fallujah at the table. And we've said it a million times. David even recalled his personal experiences of Fallujah sacrificing a piece on h6 and blowing open the king side for an attack. So if he plays rook g3 and we get this is shaping up to be maybe the game of the tournament so far. It'd be so much fun to see that type of attack on the board, especially if we get anything close to that variation we have with Fabi.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned those experiences against Fallujah. I remember commentating on Norway Chess 2021, and it was an Italian game, and I was talking about all of these sacrifices Fallujah could have landed on h6. He did land one on h6. I literally played him 1 month later. He landed a sacrifice on h6 against me, and lo and behold, yeah, it just keeps happening. He just has this one-track mind, this kind of, he's so well attuned to the weakness of his opponent's king in every single position, especially when he has the white pieces, when he's playing on the front foot. Pragg now away from the board again. Maybe he should visit the confessional because that's where he had that epiphany. Maybe he needs that right now to save this game.
It could be the only way, and we hope that that's where he is heading. He does have the time. He has quite some time advantage, and time is a factor that has played a big role in Ali Reza's game. So that is the only concerning part, I think, here for all fans of Ali Reza, that if he does use a bit too much time for this decision, he better has it all calculated because he's going to get into serious time trouble.
I'm glad you're calling that out because it really is the thing we need to observe. It's already a 17-minute disadvantage. Ali Reza went into a 45-minute think against Magnus Carlsen and ultimately lost that game probably because of that moment. Right now, here, this is not a 45-minute think. It's 6.5 minutes, and certainly it's a critical position. But we can... Okay, we got to go to Magnus's game. Something happened with Magnus's game. We're going to back up and go there. But again, the only times Ali Reza has lost in this event have been because of time. But what happened here? Ding Liren blundered against Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, no, is that the checkmate on the board?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, queens! Oh, my gosh! We were looking at it. No way! We were showing that this could happen, but he blundered it. The reigning world champion blundered queen takes h7.
We had this tactic on the board 20 minutes ago purely for educational purposes because it was entertaining to show that this is the type of checkmate that the world champion would certainly never fall into. And it was also to highlight the key idea of why the bishop goes to d5, which you see Magnus did, put the bishop on d5. And then it happened. Oh my gosh.
This is unbelievable. I don't think even Magnus believes that it happened, even though that was the threat. But he plays rook e4 because that's a strong move that will bring the rook over to the king side. He wasn't playing for this trick. You don't expect your opponent to blunder checkmate in 2 moves on such a high level.
David, show us what happened.
Wow, I mean, I'm a bit in shock, a bit speechless. I was actually going to say we should switch to this game because it felt like Ding was working his way back into it. It felt like he'd fought back into the position. But yeah, let's just highlight the last 3 moves maybe because Magnus set it up. He started with, in this position, queen to h5. Black's queen retreated to the f8 square, one of many moves, and after rook to e4, I thought, okay, clearly White's intentions here are obvious. Black has to, as the blue arrow shows us here, has to play h6, and now the Black queen actually defends this square. There's no way in for White, despite how attractive it looks, because White lacks a knight, and the position is still relatively blocked. I guess you would have to try to realign up on the g-file, but Black suddenly will have counterplay with rook to b2 to come next. This is a real fight. The computer says 0.0, but it went from that to checkmate in 2 moves. He played rook b2 first, same idea, wrong order, and forcing moves. That's what every player should be looking for. Queen takes h7, check, queen sacrifice, and ding, head in hands, we saw it. He had to resign. King takes queen, rook h4, checkmate.
Oh my god.
Unbelievable. We're actually going to go to a replay because we were trying to get to this game. It's hilarious that we were trying to get to this game to highlight that Ding Liren was getting back into it, and we had our eyes on it, and the bar had come to equal, but then this happened.
You can see it on Magnus's face. He cannot believe it.
And it's like you feel bad. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness me. No one feels great winning like this. Everyone is feeling sorry for Ding Liren, and everyone is worried about him. Not just for the chess results. This goes way beyond. We keep highlighting that storyline, but it's just so important to understand that it's not his chess skills. He knows that pattern. He knows that checkmate in 2. He hasn't forgotten it, but there's something else going on, and that is making his play be unrecognizable. Hikaru said, "This is a different person I played against yesterday," and he lost to Ding Liren in the candidates in the last round, and that's how Ding Liren played the World Championship and not Hikaru.
Yeah, we saw it on Magnus's face as well, the frown. It's as if, this just never happens. Ding had 32 minutes. Ding was actually playing extremely well, so accurate, just to kind of balance that position out and counterplay like he played with rook b2 about to come. But
I think that's the saddest part about it, is that he was playing extremely well in this game.
Super well.
Like, he was defending well, and he was one move away. You play h6, the attack is actually hard for White because of moments or ideas we were highlighting earlier, that you kind of need pawns to open up a structure, and Magnus lacked those. It was the rook and the queen, but the rook and the queen can deliver a checkmate pattern, as we saw. And we literally called it a puzzle rush tactic and said this is not going to happen on the board, but it's instructive to understand the dangers. Little did we know that indeed it was going to happen on the board, and we have another move on the board between Firouzja and Prague, but it is not rook to g3. It is knight to c6. And okay, we were following a line we had analyzed deeply. We all thought that maybe Ali Reza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana's analysis were deeply connected in the telekinesis. That's telekinesis, Kyle, but no, it was not. Firouzja does not see rook to g3. He goes knight to c6, and he may miss his chance for that attack, because now things are about to blow up and get really wild. And don't even know what to make of what's going on right now with Ding Liren. For the first time, I'm actually coming around to being open to the idea that we might have to discuss if Ding Liren is really just no longer enjoying chess. Will he continue to play? I have refused to believe that was actually going to be a thing, but this is crazy. So, all right, but let's dive into the crazy game. Look at knight to c6 and potentially what could backfire here, given that Firouzja did miss the opportunity for rook g3.
Yeah, this move, I must admit, wasn't on my radar at all. It felt like everything was gravitating towards the king side. But this is tempo play. This is a good way of getting the white knight out of the attack, gaining time against the black queen. I guess the reason we were all kind of writing off this move is because it is a loose piece. The knight can be hit, for example, if the black queen simply moves. And the rook's still hanging on a3. So the big question is, does black prioritize going for the white knight, moving the queen out, or does black swing the queen out the other way and create a second attack against f2? The reason I suggest that one is because then after queen h4, rook g3 would finally be impossible, because the black queen could take. There is a pin, after all, on this diagonal. G3 would not be protected. And Anna, it looks like Prague probably in for a long think right now.
He's in for a long thing, and he does have the time advantage. So I think it is a good moment to invest more time in your decision. It is crucial where to place the queen, whether you go for the double attack, queen to c7, so both the knight and rook are hanging again, or do you go for a more active square for the queen with the idea that it's a prophylactic move, preventing rook to g3. Because I guess that's the difference, David, right? If queen to c7, white can still go for that sacrifice. Not the same position, but similar idea that you will lose the knight, but you manage to capture on h6.
It's probably even more effective. If you play queen c7, rook g3 is even easier to go for, I would imagine. Unless there's some other trick here, but queen takes c6, bishop takes h6. Yeah, I would imagine it's even worse than if the black queen was still on the dark square. So yeah, so this is likely not what Prague's going to go for. You have to see the pieces coming to the king side in a hurry here. So I would imagine we'll see queen h4, and the Firouzja might actually have missed his chance for rook to g3.
Yeah, suddenly it's really sharp. f2 would be attacked. The a3 rook still attacked. It's just anyone's game. I don't even know where white starts here.
Maybe now we're back to Fabi's idea he talked about with rook e4. Not right away, obviously, because f2, but like, let's say rook f3. This is maybe Firouzja's plan.
Yeah, could be.
Is rook f3, and then the point is the knight gets attacked, and rook e4 is threatened, and Firouzja's sort of baiting Prague into playing queen h4 so that you get more pieces into the attack with tempi. Rook e4, rook g4 would just be lights out at that point. Actually, I think this might be the idea.
Yeah, I think rook f3 might be the key here. And white is the exchange up after all for a pawn, but black's a pawn not going anywhere anytime soon. Not too relevant right now. So material up and the one being on the attack. I can see the appeal behind this whole variation for Firouzja. It cost him a lot of time, as we mentioned earlier, but mixing things up. Maybe Prague didn't expect this move, so yes, you burn some time, but you force your opponent to burn time. It kind of all works out. I've got to say, for such a complicated battle, that's impressive accuracy by both players, 94%. But yeah, feels like the key moment's still ahead as the clocks tick down.
Yeah, this is such a complex and crazy position. There's so many attacking potential, but also so much potential for white to go wrong. It's not obvious when you can give up when you can give up a piece, when you can sacrifice on d4, as it would have been in case of rook to g3, or if after queen c7 rook g3 happens, black is not obliged to take the knight because that knight on c6 is trapped. It has nowhere to go, so you may as well step out of the g file, prevent bishop takes h6, and then want to capture the knight, right?
That's super strong. Yeah, that would be quite the find there. If queen to c7 and then you play king h8 and you're like, yeah, the knight has no squares. That looks like the best way to play the position for black.
Yeah, I was wondering for a moment whether this tactic, as we jump in, this tactic still works from earlier. Bishop takes h6 with the idea of a double attack, but apparently not. What would black have up his sleeve here? We saw something very similar in another line that worked out very well for white, that just simply gave a winning advantage. Oh, my calculation is not as quick as it used to be. What's up here? Just looks super strong for white.
It looks winning. What does black have?
Wow, chess is hard. Is it?
Chess is hard.
Really hard.
I'm Captain Obvious today. That's my role. I guess black has to sacrifice the bishop because it's about to drop it anyway.
Yeah.
I was looking at something like bishop e3 at some point.
I was also looking at that move, but I can't make it work. It would be pretty. It would be really nice.
It would have been pretty if you can
block.
win the knight as black, but I think white is holding the knight. Once you move the bishop, the queen is suddenly protecting the pony on c6. So that's a problem.
You can see why optically this would be really...
Yeah, this looks super tough.
Really tough for black. Maybe the idea is takes and actually... Wait, the white king... Trying to go process of elimination here.
Oh, yeah, the king actually can't get back to safety. So if you go to the light square diagonal... Well, okay, that's a different light square. I was going to show that if you go to f1, bishop a6, and Bob's your uncle. Whoops. Problems. But if you go to f3, are you really going to f3? LOL. Let's do it.
Yeah, black has to keep giving checks, black's material down and getting attacked. Maybe there's just nowhere for the white king to hide. Wow, miracle save by black.
If you step to the G file, there's rook G8. And if you go back, then the queen just goes back to B6, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
Diagonal checks, keep the white king honest. Okay, I mean, I don't think I would spot that from afar, but we have the bar after all, so a crucial variation, actually. Queen C7 might well be playable, but you have to get over that optical illusion of white just being winning on the spot. Difficult stuff. This is a tough spot for Prag to be in. I've got to say, defending is so much harder than attacking, especially with the time trouble rearing its ugly head right now.
Very tough spot to be in, and I fully believe in Pragnananda's skills. Obviously, he beat the world number 1 and the world number 2 at the time. Now it's Hikaru, but he did beat Magnus and Fabi in this tournament in classical chess. So he has been blowing our minds. He's only 18 years old, and he is just feeling so comfortable in a super tournament like this. He just thinks this is like, another day at the office. So of course he's more than capable of playing extremely high level chess, but you are right, David, in highlighting that defending is always harder than attacking. There's a lot more on the line when it's your bout. Your king is getting checkmated. Am I getting checkmated or not? What do you think, Danny? Will he find a way to defend?
He is India's wonder boy. We all want the secret of his powers. Sorry, couldn't stay away from my second tenacious.
I got it.
No, well, I thought he is one of India's wonder boys, although they have a lot of them. But I wouldn't put it past him. Prag is playing awfully pragmatic chess these days, and he's calculating the time advantage that he had over Perugia is dwindling. There we go. Team is all over it. Pragmatic, the word of the hour, apparently. We now have a word of the hour. They were ready for that one.
Dealing with things sensibly and realistically in a way that is
that's
based
literally the definition
of
Pragnananda. I mean, the guy's psychology is next level. His nerves, mature and wise beyond his years. Pragmatic.
It's misspelled, though. I think we should spell it with double G.
Add a G, I agree.
Yeah.
I was going to say practical is misspelled. That should be practical.
There you go. There you go. Practical. There's too many puns to keep these commentators happy, but we have the microphone and you don't, so we get to do that. But all right, we can go to Queen C7 and show it more, or we can let Prague think and back up and take a look at all three games in the women's section still going. Not a single result there yet. A couple of games that might be getting closer to draws in the end game. The board all the way to your left between Vaishali, the tournament leader, and Zhu Wenjun still has plenty of fight ahead.
Yeah, especially with the clocks ticking. Zhu Wenjun maybe at 16 minutes now, feeling slightly uncomfortable. She has just pushed her f-pawn forward. Like you say, Danny, it's hard to imagine Lei Ting-Jie against Anna Muzychuk or Humphrey Canero against Pia Kramling ending in anything other than draws, so most likely we will see them in action in Armageddon. I don't know whether we should check out any of those games, any of those endings.
I think we let them be and maybe just go to Vaishali.
Let's do it.
Versus Zhu Wenjun. We haven't seen it in a while. It is becoming a little more dynamic. When the pawn went to f5 and things locked up, you wondered what we were in store for, right? A super close position for a long time, but I think it is slowly becoming one where Zhu Wenjun did get the position back to equality, at least from what it was. The computer liked White's chances. And I feel good about Zhu Wenjun's approach today with the black pieces, despite the fact that objectively Vaishali's had a decent position all day. As long as she doesn't get under too much time pressure, I think this will be a shootout in the end.
Yeah, and okay, our resident French expert, our connoisseur of the French defense, Anna Rudolph, f4. Committal decision, but do you think it works here in this structure?
Committal, but if you don't lose the pawn, then it could be helpful for black. You start having suddenly a bit more room for your pieces. You could imagine the black rook appearing on f5, and also that it starts introducing a bit more dynamic factors in the position. Makes it a bit harder for white to maneuver the pieces on the third rank. It takes away a couple of squares that white already earlier could have used for regrouping her pieces, or even just plotting the bishop on f4. Like that pawn was on f5, and white had plenty of space on the third rank, the f4 square available for the bishop, for the knight. White could have maneuvered knight e2, knight f4. So I think it's even more so than giving black extra options here, it is about taking away options from white so that it's not that easy for white to improve her position.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I really like this decision, as you're kind of hinting at, Anna. I don't really see what white should be doing here. I guess knight to e2 would be the most obvious move, just because this pawn is a bit of a trespasser, and nice to eliminate it if you can. But black will just back it up with a bishop on g5, and actually some tricks in the air there. It's getting really shaky. White's king uncastled, and because of the blocked nature of the position, we haven't really been talking about that, but as the angles start to open up, as black occupies the open c-file, as the king side might start to explode shortly, the white king could find itself in the crossfires. In the crosshairs, even? The crosshairs, wow. Chess is hard, talking is hard. But,
chess is hard, talking is hard.
Yeah, and this position is hard, potentially, for
This
Vaishali.
position is hard. Sorry, I was having fun listening to you struggle out of that. That's normally my job.
Solidarity, Danny. I did it for you.
Yeah, appreciate it. But yeah, and this position could also be deceptively better for the bishop pair than currently meets the eye, because this diagonal that has opened up on the king side, even if it's not being used yet, the light square bishop has the potential to maneuver from e8 over to g6 at some point when you're just playing the abstract, thinking ahead in the endgame type of position. Yeah, the h5 pawn is a target. The b3 and a4 pawns are also targets on light squares. So I feel like there are long-term features about this position that are very solid for black. I can't believe what I'm saying. I'm blacking out. I'm basically liking the French here, and I don't even understand what's happening to me. But a lot of long-term features here for black that favor Zhu Wenjun. And again, best play, computer says the position's still equal. Vaishali's handled herself well. She doesn't need me to say that, right? She's up still 6 minutes on the clock, but it's getting harder for me to see like a good plan for white.
She's struggling. She spent 15 minutes on this one move alone, and
15 minutes, and she still has a time advantage. So that goes to show how much time Zhu Wenjun invested in this position up to now. And speaking of the time, they are only on move 20. Increment starts after completing move 40. They have 20 more moves to go, and both of them could be in really big time trouble.
That's under a minute a move on average for Zhu Wenjun, and likely soon for Vaishali too. This is going to be a real scramble to that, well, I was going to say finishing line, but move 40 is often just the beginning. 10-second increment, not that much anyway, so yeah, you would think with Zhu Wenjun and her success at Armageddon this tournament that if it does come down to a bit of a speed battle, she might become the favorite, especially the momentum of this game as well. Vaishali, tournament leader, in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is suddenly a 3-result position. I feel like earlier we described how white is slightly better and it's very comfortable. White can push, but I think now that after these last couple of moves, it is wide open who can win this game, and also with the time factor, it's anyone's game.
Well, look at the immediate response from Zhu Wenjun, by the way. That's the thing I'm most impressed about. Vaishali spends 15 plus minutes to play 92. Zhu Wenjun spends 15 seconds to play bishop to g5. And you can just see Zhu Wenjun has a feeling this might be her chance to get the first classical win in the event. Remember, Zhu Wenjun has won all 5 of her matches in Armageddon, including beating Vaishali in Armageddon to kick off the event, but she can sense it, and she is the women's world champion for a reason, working super hard on her opponent's clock. I feel like it's such a good thing to set an example for players who are playing over-the-board chess. The amount of times you see young players move, and then they get up every time it's not their turn, and it's like, hey, you're not Hikaru yet. You can't calculate in your head and give a confessional at the same time. So working hard on your opponent's clock, that is how you use it as a weapon. And that was impressive. Bishop g5, instant.
She senses it. Vaishali might sense it as well. Psychologically tough to recover if you know your opponent is feeling the position and blitzing things out. Anna, this is huge for the tournament standings as well.
I know it is. Vaishali is the tournament leader, but a classical win is 3 points in Norway chess, so it could shake up the standings if Ju Wen-jun manages to win. Obviously, this is a balanced, even position according to the evaluation of the computer, but it is a very complex and messy level position. It's not the kind of, this is so dull, this is so drawish. No, this is the opposite of that. This is going to be very exciting, very chaotic, and both of them low on time.
Agreed. And I'm going to make a prediction that goes against our featured chatter from a moment ago who said Vaishali's going to win this. I predict Ju Wen-jun's going to win this. And if you also just look at the practical factors in terms of the coordination of White's pieces, look at White's pieces. The rook on h3, the rook on b1, knight on... There's not a lot of coordination going on here, and Ju Wen-jun's position is primed to get better. It's been worse for most of the game, and now it's only going to get better from here. Whether she accesses the c file more aggressively, goes for this plan with bishop e8. You can put the bishop back to h6 voluntarily, tuck it away. Now again, players at this level can play positions with uncoordinated pieces. They've been trained by the AlphaZero neural net gods, and so they really are very comfortable here, more than a classically trained person before the neural nets took over, like myself. But it's still just, this is in time pressure a very tough position to play. It's the kind of position you make blunders in, right, David? When you're uncoordinated like this, it feels very, very precarious here for White.
Definitely, 100%. And while I don't really play the French on a consistent basis, one of my kind of epiphany moments was many years ago when I was coaching, I think he was 8 or 9 years old, at the time, a young junior in England, and he said to me, French defense, as soon as the black light squared bishop comes into the game, black wins. And if that bishop ever lands anywhere on any good diagonal, I agree, black will win. So yeah, I never thought about it before. I just thought that's a bad bishop, but he was like, no, it's an optical illusion, and he convinced me.
Oh my god, you said 8 or 9.
He was 8 or 9. I don't know where he'd heard that from, but
8 or 9-year-old giving this life wisdom to Grandmaster David Howell.
It's the optimism of youth, and if it happens in this game, I mean, I could definitely see it happening. Bishop e8. Oh, wow! Just as I say
it's happening.
Played. Rook f5. If this pawn ever drops, the black bishop is in. The black light squared bishop has no rival, and as Danny mentioned earlier, lots of targets. So
I love this plan as soon as we saw it, and if that h5 pawn falls, even if you find a way to trade the h5 pawn, when that g6 b1 diagonal becomes open, that bishop lands on that square, all bets are off, and the floodgates open. So yeah, I think Ju Wen-jun is gonna put Vaishali in a tough spot. I would actually be surprised if Ju Wen-jun doesn't win this game and get her first 3-point score here in Norway Chess Women with the classical dub. Look at that. That's what we said. These types of positions lead to blunders because it's hard for human beings to keep playing like this when you don't have a coordinated plan, especially when you don't have a ton of time on the clock. And Vaishali sensing that, so trying to speed up. But even just bishop h6 to me, like you just put the bishop back from the attack. You still have this rook f5 plan coming. The rooks are incommunicado. That is not a long-distance relationship that's working between the rook on b1 and the rook on h3. It's a hard thing to make work, long-distance relationships, just FYI. Did you ever try to get one of those?
So I've heard, Danny.
Yeah. So no, this is tough. I think Vaishali is running up against the most experienced and strongest, maybe not most experienced player in the field with Pia Crowley, but the strongest player in the field for a reason, the reigning world champion in Ju Wen-jun. This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and she's sensing her chances you mentioned earlier. I think she's considering dropping back the bishop to h6. She probably is also considering rook to f5 in case she is okay with that trade, and then the queen would take on g5, and who will defend the pawn on h5, and 3 pieces will be attacking it.
Yeah. You're right, rook f5 right away. You don't even need to save the bishop on h6, so...
It's just the momentum, and either way, even if Vaishali fights her way out of this tough spot, it's hard to imagine this going to a draw in Armageddon. It's just that type of imbalanced position, bishop h6 on the board. Maybe a miss, maybe, I don't know, rook f5 might have been stronger, but very human move. Still very, very tough practical problems.
Remember when I said he was the Wonder Boy and we needed to know what the secret of his powers were, and people thought it was a forced Tenacious D reference, but it was right after the line of Queen C7 and King H8 and wondering whether Prague could find it. Remember how that whole thing happened?
Mm-hmm.
And then the Wonder Boy found
No.
Queen C7 and then King
No.
H8, the best engine line.
Going back to Vaishal, his brother, Pragnananda, who is defending a crazy difficult position.
But he did it. He found Queen C7 and then King H8, and a line we already looked at that does not work with Bishop takes H6 is key because of this crazy drawing idea. He has powers at the board. He's got powers to remain calm and cool under pressure. Seriously, I should share that video you sent of his guru training with chat real quick for anyone who wants to watch it and check it out. It's actually fascinating. But the other games, I don't know that there's a lot going on. We're still in equal positions across the board in the other spots. So I would go right back to it and just see the spicy chess on the board between Firouzja and Prague.
I think we should. I think we should jump back and analyze what we already showed earlier on the board, but why these last few moves by Pragnananda were so crucial.
Yeah, just incredible defense here from Pragnananda. Let's do a rewind. Let's go for that action replay because in this position, it's such a tough decision for the Black Queen. Does she sidestep, as we mentioned, trying to trap this White Knight, but stepping away from the king side where the action is likely to happen? Or does the Black Queen preemptively try to jump to that side of the board to cover some key squares on h4? He chose the former option, allowing the White Rook to slide across. The blue arrow appears, by far White's best move, saving the Rook, attacking the Black King in the process. But calm, collected Prague here. Bishop takes h6 is a deadly threat, so simply sidestepping. And now, again, that fateful blue arrow, queen to b5. For me, this is one of the tougher moves of the game. Just feels like it's the wrong side of the board, but I guess it does keep the White Knight intact for just one move longer. Just to reiterate for everyone at home, Bishop takes h6 does not work this time. One of Alirez's favorite tactics, because in this position, miracle save that Prague has calculated. What was it? At this point, it's going to be 5, 6, 7 moves in advance. Here, Bishop takes f2 check, lures the White King out, check on the diagonal, and there's actually no safe square for the White King. We might even see a repetition here. But Queen and King doing a bit of a dance. And, okay, Alireza, he reached out and retracted his hand. He didn't make a move.
He did not. I thought he was going to reach for the queen. Or was it the bishop? They are very close to each other. It's hard to see it from the camera angle. Which one was it, Danny?
I don't know. I didn't see it either. But this is such a tough position. And you're right. That evil blue arrow. Okay, but it's not too hard for Firouzja to find. Whose idea was that blue arrow? It's so evil when it's on the board. It adds the pressure. But it only works. The reason it's the only move is because it attacks the bishop on c5. We should point that out, because if not for that tempo, Black is playing bishop d7 here, and you're losing the knight because it's pinned to the queen. So that's key. Firouzja finds it. But I wonder if Firouzja also is feeling like this position got away from him. He had to be so excited when he played rook a3, right? Fabiano was excited in the studio, but when he didn't go for rook g3 and played knight c6, which... in hindsight, I'd love to know what he calculated there, because we were robbed. We were robbed of those amazing variations where Fabiano Caruana defeated Stockfish in an epic analysis battle. And all right, but now this is wild, because even though it still says White's a little better, David, it's like leaning just practical edge Prague right now. The attack is slipping the more moves you make on the queen side.
Definitely. It's not what Firouzja wanted to go for. I think he just miscalculated. I think he assumed that Queen c7, King h8, all this stuff was impossible due to that last variation we showed with the White Queen sliding to c1. But okay, now he's got to win it all over again. And yes, he's attacking the Black Bishop. I do wonder whether Black has to slide back that bishop, for example, to a safe b6 square, whether Black offers a trade of queens, or whether there's anything else on the board. I mean, to me, those would be the two most obvious options right now. Prague, again, that typical movement of shaking in his chair, trying to get the energy going, trying to get the speed up. 12 minutes against 14 minutes. Anna, you mentioned the other game, time scramble imminent. Looks like the case here as well, as Prague offers a queen trade.
He offers a queen trade because that would help with the king's safety. If the queens are off of the board, suddenly those bishop takes h6 ideas will no longer be working. There's no other strong piece that could help out the g3 rook, not enough firepower. The queen trade does happen, so we end up going for an endgame where white is up an exchange. What black has as compensation is a minor piece and a pawn, but the minor piece includes a pair of bishops. Is this enough, David, to hold?
I think if black gets one more move, not just the fact that the white knight is trapped, but if black just gets to mobilize his bishop, slide his rook across to a8, then it's only going to be black having all the fun. Black's two kind of minor pieces you mentioned, Anna, beautiful bishops, but also the knight on d5. I mean, statues should be built to honor this knight. It's such a beautiful piece, and it might just come down to whether white is able to eliminate the black a5 pawn. Ultimately, I think a good practical decision from Prag, as we're becoming used to at this point. He's neutralized, nullified the danger, and that's the first step. Again, not the Alireza type of position that he wanted. I'm trying to do some quick calculation here. I'm not really sure how you extricate this knight from what is a self-inflicted trapped square right now.
I'm wondering if it has to be some sort of trade on e7 with bishop a3.
That's clever.
Because at least if you attack the rook and force rook e8, now you can play rook to c1.
Show this.
I'm guessing. It has to be a forcing sequence of moves. Yeah, okay, good. Computer likes it. Passed the first test. And now I think you have rook c1. Okay, so this had to be it. And if you don't play rook e8, rook g8, which I don't know why you would do, then white can trade on e7 if you wanted to. But you pointed out that black is just a little bit of coordination away from getting a rook behind the a-pawn, and then you have a pawn for the exchange. So it's going to be hard to convert on the exchange here. I mean, I think the most likely result there might be a draw, but I'm obviously speaking, way out of turn right now. There's still so much action ahead before we get clarity here.
Yeah, under 10 minutes for Firouzja. We're at move 27. Prag looks up at the screen, just double-checking the move number, maybe checking out his sister's game. And, yeah, lots of action ahead. But no checkmates. No long, cool, flashy variations, unfortunately, Anna. Boo.
No, it is a lot calmer than it used to be. And yet, as you both pointed out, the c6 knight has no way back from c6. There needs to be some concrete lines here, such as bishop a3, rook c1, to make sure that white doesn't drop more material. And kudos to Praggnanandhaa for finding a way out of that really tough position, because even if Alireza didn't play rook g3 in the moment where Fabi suggested it, it was still a really difficult position to defend.
Yep, still a very difficult position, but he's wriggling out Prag here. I wonder whether we stick with this. Time scramble imminent. We're going to see actually action on all the boards now as the players do approach even that move 40. Magical move 40 where they do get the increment.
I think we're actually going to back up and steal our last break of the day, because by the time we come back, we will all be in time pressure and then Armageddon underway. We actually have a Magnus Carlsen interview as well. We're not going to play that at the break. We don't want anyone to miss it. We're gonna throw to it the moment we're on the other side of it. So don't you stress, boys and girls. We've got so much more action ahead. What's going to happen in the 4 remaining games? We've already had two decisive results. One of them went to Armageddon. One of them ended in heartbreakingly puzzle rush fashion. Don't go anywhere. Right back at it, and all the action will return and continue here in round 6 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I'm joined by the one and only Vaishali. Vaishali, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Did you have a moment when you crossed 2,500 mentally where you were like, I did it. That's it.
You're completely right. That's what I felt
Okay.
like after my second round win. I crossed 2500, which I knew, and I was like, okay, I finally done this, yeah, because it become grandmaster. It has been my childhood dream ever since I started playing chess.
Hopefully, the childhood dream was also world champion,
Yes.
because you kind of have no choice, right? This is the tournament that ultimately will qualify you to play. So, what are the emotions?
Yes, I'm very, very excited for the tournament. I mean, this candidate cycle was not at all in my plan. I won Grand Swiss and I got here. So I'm very excited and looking forward to it. Like, I'll be playing some best women players in the world. So I'm very excited.
What is it like back home? I mean, to be obviously now Grandmaster 2500 contending for the title. Yeah, just kind of give me a sense of what it's like, because I think it's not like this anywhere in the world and it's nowhere close. So.
Yeah, it all started with one man, Anand sir, and yeah, he has got what it is today, and yeah, he has brought in like a lot of changes. And for example, this Best Bridge Anand Chess Academy, which has helped us, I'm also part of it, and which has helped us a lot. Like, there are some top trainers there where we get to train, and this Anand sir is doing also these things, and even otherwise, he has been helping. He's been doing many things, like inspiring all of us, and. Yeah, as you say, like there are so many things, like Indian players are playing tournaments here and there, and there are probably right now there is one more grandmaster, one more, I mean the number is going to increase or something. So yeah, we are also getting a lot of support from the government, a lot of sponsors coming in. We have a lot of tournaments also happening in India, which is also helping us.
You love chess and you're really good at it. What do you love to do that you're really bad at?
Yeah, there are a lot of things.
Obviously, don't go and do that.
Now, you do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Pragnananda Ramesh Babu, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Kuneru Humpi, Lei Ting-jae, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Ramesh Babu, and the legendary Pia Kramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
This is Norway Chess, and this is round 6. Coverage continues here. We welcome you back. Thanks for taking that break with us. We are ready to dive in. We had a result while we were away, which means we have another Armageddon battle coming around the corner. International Master Anna Rudolph, Grandmaster David Howell, and International Master Danny Wrench right here. All right, let's jump back in. We'll head to the bird's eye view first. Show everybody that we had a draw between Lei Ting-jae and Anna Muzichuk. So Armageddon shouts commence. The second one of the day, Hikaru Nakamura already lost to Fabiano Caruana in the tiebreaker. But we've had multiple moves being made in that Firouzja-Prague battle, and they're getting under time pressure. So I'd like to go right into that, if that's okay with you, team.
Absolutely. I think we should.
Here we go. Firouzja down now to around under the 4-minute mark with still 9 moves to make before getting any increment whatsoever. He's tracking down the black pawn on a4. For those of you just joining us, white is the exchange up, rook for bishop, but this one maybe still in the balance. I think black can simply slide his rook across, at least the most obvious natural move here, just to defend his pawn, and black's minor pieces are so strong. The pawn on e5 could be edible at some point. And yeah, it looks like Prague should be able to hold this one. I'm not going to say 2-result game. It could still turn in any direction, but yeah, it looks like it's in the balance as we approach the time scramble.
I think so. I think that Prague has really good chances. And if we recall his game against Hikaru Nakamura, where we thought he was gonna be like resigning shortly after he went he sacrificed the piece, but there was not enough compensation for it because he missed a key move. So he was down a piece, and then he went on to play for another like 2 hours, defending tenaciously in an endgame that he almost saved.
He almost saved it. In fact, if he hadn't walked into the mating net on the second to last move, it wasn't necessarily clear that Hikaru had seen the winning plan at the time. I think he probably would have found it, but there was time pressure, and anything could have happened. So yeah, Prague is tenacious, as you said. He's defended this one. I don't even think he's worse here. Question is Firouzja going to look to simplify and welcome the Armageddon, take on d5? Okay, I'm not saying that's exactly welcoming the Armageddon, but when you put that bishop on d5 and it has the potential to go to b3 at some point, and I don't know, just given the time pressure, kind of the body language there, the way he took the knight, I felt like he was like, all right, I think I'm going for something simple, not playing knight d3 or something else, for example, and keeping the bishops on the board. So I think this one will head to Armageddon, and that Prague has successfully held what at one point looked like a very dangerous position and an attack for Firouzja.
Yeah, interesting that Prague thinks right now taking this knight just looks forced. Maybe he's trying to calculate what will happen after the white rook slides up to b4 to try to corral this passed pawn. At the very minimum, as you mentioned, Danny, just in that position, black can take on e5. This looks like it's headed towards a draw. Firouzja should bail out here and now before it's too late, before the black bishops take over, and yeah, this one almost guaranteed to be Armageddon at this point. You mentioned Anna. He was defending tenaciously in the other game. I thought you said tenacious D in the other game. But yeah, this
Tenacious
one.
D is tenacious defense. But yeah, I don't know what happened here with. This is not a Tenacious D tribute show. It is a tribute to the greatest Tenacious D show. No, I don't know, but we've got Tenacious D on the brain here for some reason. But yeah, he's pragmatic. He's practical. And he's practically impossible to beat these days. The kid is amazing, and we'll see what happens in Armageddon. And remember, in round 1, Prague defeated Alireza Firouzja in Armageddon and flagged him. It was a crazy game. Prague was better on the board, so we shouldn't totally paint that storyline. But it was a dirty flag in the end.
That's true. One of the craziest Armageddon games we've seen this entire tournament. So. A lot to look forward to there for all of our viewers. The reason we're writing this off as a likely draw is because when Black's A pawn disappears, the E pawn disappears. It's only pawns on one flank. Black's light square bishop so strong, just cemented on that D5 square. It's hard to imagine White ever creating any winning chances. No pass pawn potential for either side. Draw. Very likely incoming. Should we zoom out?
We could zoom out and check on Pragnananda's sister. Actually, wait a second. Yeah, Prag is agreeing with the analysis, simplifying, and what you already mentioned, both of you describing how this is going to be a 4 versus 3, White with the exchange up, but not much material that you can use to prove your advantage.
Yeah.
And ooh, look at that. That just came in rapidly. Humpy Canero has drawn Pia Cromling, and we will have another game headed to Armageddon. By the way, the draw between Lei Tingjie and Anna Muzichuk, as we said, happened at the break. It will kick off at the top of the hour. So in 6 minutes, we will have our first Armageddon battle. Then we're going to have another one with Humpy Canero versus Pia Cromling, and we're likely going to have another one. So it's Armageddon time. It's a fiesta of Armageddon, which Armageddon doesn't sound like it would be a great party. But, you know, in this case, it's a party.
It is party time, and will it be party time between Vaishali and Ju Wen-jun, or will there be a decisive result there in classical chess? That is probably right now the most promising for a decisive result, or has it shut down too much? I think there were some pawn pushes we missed. The black pawn is suddenly on G5, and I don't know how it happened.
Yeah, it looks like it's just too blocked now. Anna, I don't think Black's bishop pair, due to the block structure, is really able to exert any influence. I would still take Zhu Wenjun's position because the white king looks potentially more vulnerable than its counterpart. Maybe she also has some interesting maneuvers up her sleeve for later, but...
Really? I mean, I feel like B5 is going to happen.
Yeah.
Let's
try.
Let's go there. Let's go there.
Let's jump to that game.
I feel like she's in control of any... If any tension can be added to this board, it is Zhu Wenjun's to decide. She giveth and taketh away if we're going to keep playing on. And at some point, B5 would create open lines for the light square bishop. Obviously, there are risks, right? The A5 pawn is being spied currently by the white dark squared bishop on D2. But Black can solve that. You can play queen to B7. You can maybe play the bishop to D8 and play B5. One thing for Vaishali, she'd love to have a knight on C2 so that if that dark square bishop isn't spying A3, then she can pop the knight in there and kind of keep all of the potential breakthroughs at bay. But I'm not ready to write this off yet, that Zhu Wenjun doesn't find a way to orchestrate open lines.
Yeah. I mean, the only one who can win or should win is Black if things open up. But it is a big if right now. I thought she was actually going to try and go the long way around with this light square bishop, maybe zigzag it long term back around to H7 after playing the move H6, but hard to achieve, hard to set up. So it's very much about whether the black bishops ever come to life. For now, Vaishali has what looks like a fortress. A lot of maneuvering ahead. The players still aren't at move 40, but soon will get their increment. I think they're just shuffling for now, biding time.
Yeah, shuffling to make it to move 40, but a reminder that the increment is only 10 seconds per move, which for classical chess is actually very little time. It would normally be 30 seconds, the increment, at other tournaments, and you oftentimes even get like half an hour extra and the increment, so much less time than what they're used to, meaning that they're gonna spend the rest of the game playing a blitz game in an endgame where B5 could happen at some point.
Could it happen now? I'm waiting I'm being very patient, but if I play b5 after the king touches down to e2 and a takes b5 and then queen to b6, what am I missing, David?
Nothing. I just got distracted. Armageddon confirmed between Alireza Firouzja and Prag.
By the way, you mentioned a bishop remaneuvering itself to a diagonal. There's also bishop going to c8 and going to a6 if you really can't orchestrate a5. It's not completely out of the question.
Ooh, but he's coming.
Oh, here it goes. I think she's pushing, and so here comes b5. And again, from a practical perspective, this is a dangerous spot to be in, I think, if you're Vaishali. She's up on the clock, which helps. But the position is going to open up a little bit. And there will be tactics on the light squares. So we've got more Armageddon coming. You just confirmed it. Firouzja and Prague draw. And that means we have at least 3 Armageddons coming. Depending on what happens here, we could have 4.
Interesting how we are repeating day one. The players are facing the same opponents, just with colors reversed. And day one was 6 Armageddons. Then the last couple of days we had more classical decisive games than anything in any other super tournament. And now we are back to the more solid draws and Armageddon battles. The only decisive game today so far in classical chess is Magnus Carlsen beating Ding Liren.
By the way, she needed to not take that pawn. She needed to defend a4 to not allow what's about to happen, which is major access to the light squares. Bishop takes b5 will be played. And there's not only is there a4, but if I was Zhu and Jun, I wouldn't even do that right away. I would keep white in an awkward spot. Okay, you can open up lines. Okay, she decides it's the most forcing way. But my point was that pawn's on a light square. You could have poked and prodded in bishop f1, but I'm sticking with my prediction that I think this was a very mature and kind of like showing, why she's the top dog to beat. This was a grinded out victory for Zhu and Jun as black. Should she get this done? And I'm liking her chances.
Yeah, we said it. The French defense, as soon as that light squared bishop comes to life, the light squared bishop that now is checking the white king, it starts to turn. Anna.
Yeah, your 8-year-old student was right. All the wisdom we needed coming from an 8-year-old chess expert. Thank you so much, David, for sharing it with us. I think it's true. I think Zhu Wenjun could get her first classical win. Obviously, Vaishali has been doing extremely well and also played this game well. She didn't make any big mistakes. It was just a really, really complex middle game where she had her pieces slightly miscoordinated, and that was enough for Zhu Wenjun to start getting something out of the position. Still not decisive advantage, but it is black who is in the driver's seat.
And we now have the double driver's seat going. Lei Ting-Jie and Anna Muzychuk will kick off in just a moment. Our first Armageddon battle of multiple to come. So buckle in, everybody. We're not going to be going anywhere until we have a decisive result in every single match. Like we like to say, they put a big chain on the door. You're not allowed to go anywhere until someone wins. Here goes Lei Ting-Jie and Anna Muzychuk. We have an English. Is this the same opening they started with? It was a symmetrical English. So far, they're repeating.
Yep, so far exactly the same until this last move. White in the previous game pushed a pawn to e3 to keep her knight intact. This is heavy mainline theory. I wonder which player's done their homework better in the break. This is often worked out to move 20, 25, 30. It's appeared in multiple candidates matches, this potential position that we're going to see. Anna, it's super sharp, but it's the other Anna that is the first to think. Not a good sign in Armageddon.
Not a good sign when you start 3 minutes down, but then she goes for a6 and queen a4, immediately played by Lei Ting-Jie, pinning that a pawn so that the knight on b5 is untouchable. Danny?
But speaking of time to think, Vaishali is running out of time to think over there on the left side. She's about to get down to under 30 seconds. She does play knight to c2. They are on move 40, so officially getting 10 seconds a move.
Watch out, checkmate was threatened there for one move. Queen to f1. Any check is going to be deadly towards the white king. Black just needs to add the dark squared bishop into the mix somehow. I think that will overwhelm White's army, but for now she's keeping her fortress intact, holding everything together. It's really scary stuff for Vaishali fans right now. On the defensive.
On the defensive and with not much time on the clock. Good thing for Vaishali that also Juve and June is below a minute, and this is for the rest of the game. They are living off of the 10-second increment that they receive per move. That's all the time they have, and this is classical chess.
3 points for a victory in classical chess. And remember, this is the battle of the tournament leader with 10 points in Vaishali. She's the youngest player in the field, going up against women's world champion in Ju Jun, who is not in second place. That place belongs to the lady on the right, playing black versus Leitin J on a Muzichuk. But a victory here by Ju Jun could propel her potentially into clear first place, depending on what happens there if Anna Muzichuk was to lose the Armageddon. So a ton at stake here in round 6, the start of the back half delivering. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is really heating up now. Anna Muzichuk, though, look at her clock. This is Armageddon. She's now over 5 minutes down. This is still a very well-known theoretical position, so it looks like she's just been caught off guard. It looks like she hasn't adapted to the changed kind of extra speedy time format here. She trades off a set of pieces. That Armageddon will heat up. Still well-known positions there. White with a pawn sacrifice, but Vaishali in the meantime suddenly ahead on the clock. Can she hold key for the tournament standings? I'm as excited as you, Danny. This one promises a lot. Just these next few minutes could decide everything.
It could indeed decide everything, and any mistake could happen with such little time on the clock. Juve and June could also make a big mistake with such little time on the clock.
For sure. It's super hard to be white here. If Ju Jun can get pressure on the d4 pawn with the dark squared bishop, then tactics start to become a problem. Now all of a sudden that knight on c2 gets vulnerable. Right now she's just sort of playing tickle with the position, massaging a little bit to see if she can catch Vaishali off guard. Maybe Vaishali blunders under time pressure. Down to 15 seconds.
Wow, rook sacrificing the Armageddon on the right side of your screen. Leitin J throws away her rook to undermine Black's knight in the center of the board. That is a proper sacrifice. She's going right on the attack. I wonder whether this is preparation. She's spent 25 seconds this whole game.
Oh my gosh, wow. Her lead on the clock is huge.
Absolutely huge. Lead on the clock and going to be a great position on the board. Not a winning one, but from a practical perspective, you'd much rather be white. All right. Down to 10 seconds is Ju Jun. Remember, they get 10 seconds added back on every move, as Anna said. If you keep repeating with the queen there, you're going to accidentally repeat a position 3 times as Ju Jun.
Look at that move by Leitin here. Rook d8.
What in the bleep?
Just hanging her rook because the b8 rook is also hanging.
What a move, by the way.
Wow.
Rook d8? Are you kidding me?
Giving away a piece on an empty square is one of the rarest tactics.
By the way, look at Vaishali. What a knight. It gets free. It's attacking, and maybe this goes completely the other way. Like Vaishali goes queen a5 and the black king gets mated. I don't know. Crazier things have happened.
Wow. Is Vaishali going to go on the counterattack? She ultimately drops her knight back, but she has to be careful. If she trades her knight for Black's light squared bishop, it will create a monster pass pawn. She has to evaluate that one really carefully. 5 seconds. Vaishali.
2 seconds. You got to move. She does. With 3 seconds on the clock.
She panics. Is she dropping a pawn now? A queen trade.
Queen trade and then bishop b2, and the pawn is hanging.
Yeah, and after knight c6, bishop b5, Black is going to win the pawn, but she doesn't see it.
She played bishop b5 first. Ju Jun needed to trade queens, and then bishop b2, and then bishop b5.
Yeah, the bishop was coming in and winning a pawn. Now it can happen again.
Does she see it? She does.
Sees it now.
She takes the queen, goes to b2, and I think with that, the result for the first time is becoming clear.
Because once the d4 pawn drops, the e5 pawn drops as well.
The house of cards crumbles the moment that d4 pawn goes.
Although, how do you win this? Bishop c1 will be white's reply to any hit on the white knight.
Oh, wait a second.
How does the black dark squared bishop save itself?
Holy moly.
Oh.
Wow.
That's hilarious, actually. What is the
idea? Consider that. I'm not sure. I thought that was it. I thought...
Runs away with her bishop. Maybe the idea was actually to allow a trade of bishops and... Well, we'll try and dig deeper a bit later, maybe, but this is just a time scramble. White's only move is bishop c1 to hold this game.
What a hold by Vaishali, finding knight to b3, bishop c1. That's a perpetual that would have happened. We'll back it up and show it because it's instructive AF, as the kids like to say. That's As Fabi when he joins you in studio. Instructive AF.
Let's jump in. Let's quickly show it.
My God, what was that? We'll keep it on the live board, but they're getting time. How was that winning?
Yeah, this is crazy. It looks like in this position, I mean, this is very human chess. I just turned on the engine. Bishop A4 apparently is the winning move. Bishop C1. The black dark square bishop cannot really stay on the board, but you do trade it off, and you actually simply, in this position, paralyze White's army. Bishop C2.
Oh my God.
The white knight is caged. The white king is caged. And black's king simply walks itself into the position.
No way.
That is one of the most instructive things I've ever seen. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
Look at the bishop's dominance over the knight, and the pawn on f4 and the bishop on c2 corral the white king, and black just wins with an epic king walk. Holy moly, artichoke. I could go for some guacamole after this. We should talk about what we're doing for dinner. Okay, back up to the live position.
This is the live position. White's still holding, but it's always going to be close. If the black king ever gets in, then Zhu Wenjun should be a favorite here. But Vaishali, I mean, that chance, that opportunity was so difficult, even with an hour on the clock.
And
Exactly.
Zhu Wenjun's been grinding this. I keep waiting for her to put away the younger leader of the tournament, but Vaishali just goes nowhere.
So tenacious. Another word of the day, king to e7 right now. The black king's still coming. It's still going to be tough for Vaishali, but she's done everything right in her attempts to hold this position. Those black bishops now a bit sidelined, both of them trapped pretty much. So it looks like it's going to be tough for Zhu Wenjun to win this game, but still clock playing a huge factor right now. Huge role.
Huge factor, and we also have the other Armageddon game at the same time. I wonder if we should go back to the double board view, or what do we do? There's so much going on.
I agree with you. We thought we were moments away potentially, but then another